Ladies and gentlemen, in a few minutes from now, we will begin with the opening ceremony of the first World Health City Forum. So please enter the venue and take your seats. 네, 여러분 잠시 안내 말씀드리겠습니다. 잠시 뒤 9시부터 제1회 월드 헬스시티 포럼 개회식이 시작될 예정입니다. 네, 참가자 여러분께서는 행사장 안으로 입장하셔서 착석해 주시길 바랍니다. Simultaneous interpretation will be provided throughout the forum, so please use the device on your table. Channel 1 is for Korean and Channel 2 is for English. 네, 그리고 본 포럼은 행사장 현장에서 동시 통역이 제공됩니다. 통역이 필요하신 분들께서는 채널을 1번은 한국어, 그리고 영어는 2번 채널로 맞춰주시길 바랍니다. And also please make sure that your mobile devices are turned off or are put on silent mode. 네, 또한 원활한 행사 진행을 위해 가지고 계신 휴대전화는 진동이나 무음 모드로 전환해 주시면 감사하겠습니다. And the World Health City Forum is committed to actively participating in climate crisis response and reducing carbon emissions. As part of our efforts, we kindly request your cooperation in practicing small actions, such as avoiding the use of disposable items and minimizing the printing of paper materials. We understand that this may cause some inconveniences, but we sincerely appreciate your understanding and participation. 네, 월드 헬스시티 포럼은 기후위기 대응과 탄소 배출 저감에 동참하기 위해 일회용품 사용 자제, 종이 인쇄물 최소화 등 작은 실천을 하고 있습니다. 네, 다소 불편함이 있더라도 여러분의 너그러운 양해와 동참 부탁드리겠습니다. 네, 그럼 잠시 뒤 포럼을 시작하도록 하겠습니다. 네, 모두 자리에 착석해 주시면 감사하겠습니다. We'll begin in a few minutes, so please take your seats. Ladies and gentlemen, we will soon begin with the opening ceremony of the first World Health City Forum. So all of our participants now entering the venue, please take your seats. And also we have many seats still vacant at the front. So all of our participants at the very back, how about you move a little forward? You can sit from the fifth line until the back, but it would be great if we have more of you at the front. 네, 여러분 지금 들어오시는 분들께서 그리고 또 뒤쪽에 계신 분들 5열부터 이제 앞쪽에 좀 많이 착석해 주시면 감사하겠습니다. 네. 뒤에 계신 분들 앞쪽으로 착석 이동해 주시면 너무 좋을 것 같습니다. 저희 잠시 뒤 행사를 시작하도록 하겠습니다. 또 다시 한번 원활한 행사 진행을 위해 가지고 계신 휴대전화는 진동이나 무음 모드로 전환해 주시면 감사하겠습니다. And also, I'd like to remind you to please turn off your mobile devices or put them into silent mode. Thank you very much. And again, another reminder, please, you may move up to the front a little bit so that we can see more of you here at the front and that you also have a better view of the presentations and speeches coming up. So we will begin in a few moments. I will see you in a bit. Thank you very much. Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. Welcome to the opening ceremony of the first World Health City Forum. Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Soa Kwon, and it's my absolute honor to be your MC for today's event. Let me greet you. Thank you very much. As a news presenter at Arirang TV who has covered the COVID-19 pandemic, and also as a former weathercaster who has witnessed the climate changes in the past years, I have to say it's also a very meaningful time for me to be the MC for such a meaningful event. And I know it is a very important, significant forum for all of you attending here today. And on that note, I would like to first and foremost extend my deepest gratitude on behalf of the organizers to all the distinguished guests, speakers, and citizens for joining us here in Songdo International City, Incheon, Republic of Korea. The COVID-19 pandemic, which has claimed the lives of close to 7 million people, is by many experts predicted to persist and evolve into the next pandemic. Climate change, which was once seen as a future threat, has already become an ongoing climate disaster, causing large-scale natural and social disasters in the form of typhoons, floods, droughts, and heavy snowfall, resulting in tremendous casualties and damages. The first World Health City Forum brings together over 200 participants from more than 20 countries, including central and municipal government officials, scholars, experts, and businesses in the fields of healthcare, sustainability, and urban development. It aims to create safer, healthier, and more sustainable cities and societies in response to these immense threats. I hope that our small step beginning here in Songdo will lead to greater solidarity and collaboration. And on that note, from now, I will introduce the distinguished guests who have graced this occasion with their valuable presence here in Songdo. So when I introduce them, ladies and gentlemen, please welcome them with a warm round of applause. Firstly, I would like to introduce Mayor Yoo Jung-bok, who not only serves as the mayor of Incheon Metropolitan City, the host city of this forum, but also the chairman of the forum. Let's give him a big round of applause. Thank you very much. Oh, we will have your speech in a bit. 잠시 뒤 다시 또 네, 감사합니다. 네, 우선 소개를 위해서 다시 한번 박수 부탁드리겠습니다. 네, thank you very much. The first World Health City Forum is also made possible by the collaboration of 3 prestigious universities in Korea: Seoul National University, Yonsei University, and Ewha Women's University. The presidents of these universities have graciously taken on the role of co-organizing committee chairs to contribute to global crisis management. So with deep gratitude, let me introduce each of them. First, we have President Ryu Hong-dim from Seoul National University. Thank you. And next, we have President Kim In-mi from Ewha Women's University. Thank you. And lastly, we have President Seo Seung-hwan from Yonsei University, who has also served as the Minister of Land Infrastructure and Transport, taking responsibility for urban planning and development in Korea. So thank you again to the 3 presidents. And next, I'm delighted to introduce Ji Young-mi, the Commissioner of Korea Disease Control and Prevention Agency, who oversees infectious disease control and pandemic response in South Korea. Thank you very much. I would also like to introduce Hong Tui Patterson, the Chief Financial Officer and Chief Operating Officer of the Green Climate Fund, a global organization that plays a crucial role in addressing the key challenge of climate change. Thank you for being here with us. The response to the next pandemic and climate crisis is a common concern for countries around the world, requiring global collaboration and cooperation. And in this light, we are truly honored to have with us today distinguished representatives from various nations. The Deputy Minister of Health from Laos, the chair country of ASEAN in 2024, along with the Deputy Minister of Health from Cambodia, are here to grace this occasion. And we're also privileged to have the presence of ambassadors from 14 countries, namely Indonesia, Vietnam, Thailand, Singapore, Saudi Arabia, Kuwait, as well as the mayor of Bogor City, Indonesia, and other esteemed government officials. Now, due to constraints of time, we regret that we're unable to introduce each individually. So please give them all a big round of applause. And also in this forum, we have over 140 speakers from some 20 countries. So let us also express gratitude for their presence with a warm round of applause. And last but not least, we would like to express our gratitude to Kim Jin-yong, Commissioner of the Incheon Free Economic Zone, for the generous effort and support in organizing the forum. Thank you very much. So once again, I would like to ask for your understanding that we could not introduce each and every of our distinguished guests, but let's give every one of our special guests another huge round of applause. Thank you very much. And now, ladies and gentlemen, Professor Yoon Chul-hong, the chair of the Executive Committee, will deliver the opening declaration of the first World Health City Forum, marking the beginning of this remarkable journey. So let's welcome him with a warm round of applause.
Good morning, distinguished guests and delegates. I'm really excited to have a privilege to open this great convention, World Health City Forum. Across the next 3 days of this journey, I hope you engage yourself in our diverse and cross-sectoral programs and also enjoy every moment of this forum. As we draw conclusion at the end of the forum, I hope we will be able to come up with ways to tackle the formidable challenges we face at the moment and in the future as well. Thank you for being part of this journey. I now announce the opening of the fourth World Health City Forum.
With that, the inaugural World Health City Forum has been officially declared open. And next, we will have the opening remarks by Yoo Jung-bok, the mayor of Incheon Metropolitan City, who serves as the chairman of this forum. So ladies and gentlemen, please welcome him with a big round of applause.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. I am Yoo Jung-bok, Mayor of Incheon Metropolitan City. I'd like to warmly welcome you all to Incheon City. 특별히 오늘 이 대회를 저와 함께 공동 조직위원장을 맡아서 애써오신 유홍림 서울대 총장님, 김은미 이화여대 총장님, 서승환 연세대학교 총장님, 그리고 함께해 주신 지영미 질병관리청장님, 또 GCF의 홍추희 패터슨 CFO를 비롯한 세계 각국에서 오신 여러분 모두에게 환영의 말씀을 드립니다. 또 홍윤철 집행위원장님을 비롯해서 이 포럼을 준비하시라고 애써주신 모든 분들께 감사의 말씀을 드립니다. 우리는 인류의 지속 가능성 자체를 위협하는 메가 리스크가 동시에 발생하고 있는 위험의 세계화 시대를 살고 있습니다. 시베리아의 한낮 기온이 36도를 넘나들고 남미 브라질의 7월에 폭설이 내리는 시대, 기후변화가 더 이상 미래에 닥칠 위기가 아니라 우리는 현재 진행형의 기후재앙이 되어버린 시대에 살고 있습니다. 그뿐만 아니라 지난 3년간 코로나 바이러스 팬데믹이 여전히 종식되지 않은 채 사망자만 700만 명에 이르고 있습니다. 여기에 세계적인 경제 불안과 전쟁까지 겹치면서 전 세계가 큰 어려움을 겪고 있습니다. 인류가 겪고 있는 이러한 어려운 상황을 다중복합 위기로 규정하고 있습니다. 전염병, 대규모 자연재해와 사회재난 등 메가 리스크들이 동시에 중첩되어 발생하면서 인류를 위협하고 있습니다. 바이러스와 이상기후는 별개로 발생하는 문제가 아닙니다. 환경오염과 밀접하게 상호작용하며 전 인류와 세계에서 유례를 찾을 수 없는 위기상을 만들고 있으며 이러한 위기가 어떤 방식으로 어떻게 나타날지 예측하기가 어렵습니다. 이러한 리스크들이 복합적으로 발생하고 있다면 이를 극복하기 위한 솔루션도 복합적이어야 합니다. 위험이 세계화하고 있다면 그것을 극복하기 위한 솔루션을 모색하고 글로벌 차원의 대책 마련이 이루어져야만 합니다. 월드 헬스시티 포럼은 이런 위험한 상황을 해결할 방법을 찾기 위해 만들어졌습니다. 인천시는 전 세계 20여 개국의 보건 분야, 의학 임상 분야, 지속 가능성 및 도시 분야 전문가, 중앙과 지방 정부 리더들, 그리고 관련 기업 관계자들이 함께 머리를 맞대고 고민을 나누고 토론하며 솔루션을 모색해 나가게 될 것입니다. 월드 헬스시티 포럼을 인천에서 개최하는 것은 인천이 대한민국 최고의 바이오 클러스터로서 대내외적으로 인정받았기 때문입니다. 인천은 대한민국 바이오 제약 산업을 주도하고 있습니다. 이제 인천은 생명과 건강을 상징하는 세계적인 도시로 자리매김하고 있습니다. 특히 국내외 전문가와 정부, 도시 리더들이 모여 안전하고 건강하며 지속 가능한 미래 도시를 논하는 것은 향후 인천 발전에도 큰 도움이 될 것입니다. 월드 헬스시티 포럼은 의료와 기후위기, 도시를 주제로 매년 개최할 예정입니다. 포럼의 주제와 목표가 인천의 정체성과 비전에 맞닿아 있고 앞으로 긍정적 시너지를 창출하게 될 것입니다. 지금 인류는 성장과 발전, 장기 평화의 세계화 시대를 지나서 바이러스와 기후위기 등 위험의 세계화 시대로 이미 들어섰습니다. 저는 우리 인류가 더 안전하고 건강하며 지속 가능한 삶의 터전과 미래를 만들어가기 위한 희망과 연대의 세계화를 이루어낼 수 있다고 믿습니다. 오늘 이곳 인천 송도에 모인 여러분이 희망이며 제1회 월드 헬스시티 포럼이 곧 연대의 시작입니다. 이제 위험의 세계화 시대, 세계를 어떻게 더 안전하게 만들 것인가에 대한 글로벌 대토론이 시작됩니다. 우리의 첫걸음이 더 큰 연대와 협력으로 이루어지길 기대하며 제1회 월드 헬스시티 포럼의 개회를 선언합니다. 감사합니다.
Thank you very much for those meaningful words to Mayor Yu. Let's give another big round of applause. And also thank you very much for underlining the global risks we're facing, but also giving us a lot of hope. So thank you very much for those words. And next, we also have received an abundance of messages from esteemed leaders, both domestically and internationally, who could not be here with us today, but who wholeheartedly share the vision of our World Health City Forum. So allow us to honor of introducing these distinguished dignitaries on the screen.
Your Excellency, Minister Cho Kyu-hong, Honorable Mayor Yu Jong-bok, former Secretary General and my friend Ban Ki-moon, Excellencies, dear colleagues and friends, 감사합니다. The COVID-19 pandemic highlighted the importance of urban environments for health. It underscored the importance of well-managed epidemic prevention and response and the need for planning, adequate resourcing, coordination, and engaged communities. The pandemic was also a reminder of persistent health inequities in terms of access to health services and health outcomes. As we move forward, the investments and policy decisions we make now will shape the way we live in cities for years to come. Nowhere is this more important than in environmental degradation and pollution, and particularly in limiting the carbon emissions that are driving the climate crisis. Without this long-term vision, our cities could be locked into patterns of economic development that will do permanent and increasing damage. Or, if we make the right decisions, urban environments can nurture health and protect the planet. WHO is committed to supporting countries and regions to address urban health issues and to continue our participation in global efforts to improve urban development. Thank you all for your commitment to working with us to build healthier, fairer, and more resilient cities and societies. 감사합니다. I thank you.
Distinguished guests and participants, ladies and gentlemen, I sincerely congratulate you on the inauguration of the first World Health City Forum convening today in the vibrant city of Incheon, Republic of Korea. First, I'd like to congratulate Honorable Yoo Jung-bok, Mayor of Incheon, for organizing this forum. Also, I'd like to thank the Director General of WHO, Dr. Tedros, for giving a congratulatory address. I also thank their Excellencies Minister Won Hee-ryong, Minister Cho Kyu-hong, Dr. Henry Gonzalez of GCF, Seoul National University President Dr. Yoo Hong-lim, Incheon Free Economic Zone Commissioner Kim Jin-yong for delivering congratulatory remarks and greetings. I would also like to express my deepest gratitude to Dr. Jeremy Rifkin and Dr. Ji Young-mi, who will give the keynote speech today. In the spirit of the World Health Organization's profound declaration of 1948 that health constitutes, quote, a state of complete physical, mental, and social well-being, and not merely the absence of disease or infirmity, unquote. We are gathered here today in perfect harmony with this vision. However, measures to date have proven insufficient to adequately address the health problems facing humanity. Environmental cases such as climate change and ecosystem destruction have a significant impact on health, but have not yet been addressed as core issues in the health field. Moreover, the burgeoning concerns of aging populations and the specter of non-communicable disease loom large, necessitating our undivided attention. As we all experienced with the COVID-19 pandemic, the emergence of new infectious diseases has also highlighted the need for a comprehensive strategy. These mega risks facing humanity require new approaches that leverage available technologies to prevent disease and promote overall well-being. Now is the time to tap into our collective wisdom and work together towards incorporating healthy lifestyles and conditions into our daily lives. I'm truly pleased that today's inaugural World Health City Forum will be held under the overarching theme, Globalization of Risk, How to Make the World Safer. In this forum, I call on academic community, civil society, and governments to harmonize their voices in advocating for the development of smart, healthy, and resilient cities, transcending geographical boundaries. This collective endeavor is paramount in tackling the unparalleled challenges that confront our world. During my tenure as Secretary General of the United Nations, I had the privilege of introducing the Sustainable Development Goals in 2015. I am delighted to observe that the aspiration of the World Health City Forum are aligned with the spirit and principles of the SDGs. Once again, from the depths of my heart, I extend my warmest congratulations to the organizers of the World Health City Forum. Thank you. 감사합니다.
안녕하십니까. 보건복지부 장관 조경희입니다. 제1회 월드 헬스 시티 포럼의 개최를 진심으로 축하드립니다. 또한 행사를 준비해 주신 유정복 시장님과 관계자 여러분들께 감사드립니다. 위험의 세계화 어떻게 극복할 것인가를 주제로 진행되는 이번 도시 포럼을 동아시아를 대표하는 국제도시인 인천에서 서울대학교, 연세대학교, 이화여자대학교가 힘을 모아 마련해 주셔서 더욱 의미 있다고 생각합니다. 이번 포럼이 포스트 팬데믹 복합 위험에 대한 효과적인 대응과 지속 가능한 미래를 모색하기 위한 중요한 계기가 될 것으로 기대합니다. 위험은 갈수록 세계화, 규모화, 복합화되고 있습니다. 특히 이번 포럼에서 주로 논의하게 될 감염병의 확산과 기후변화가 핵심 화두입니다. 코로나19는 보건의료 시스템의 역할과 위기 극복에 있어 글로벌 연대의 중요성을 깨닫게 하는 중요한 계기였습니다. OECD 분석에 따르면 한국은 코로나19 초과 사망률이 가장 낮고 가장 빠르게 경제 회복을 달성한 팬데믹 회복 능력이 가장 뛰어난 국가입니다. 그러나 많은 전문가들이 머지않은 시기에 팬데믹이 다시 발생할 것으로 전망하고 있고 WHO를 비롯한 국제기구와 다자협의체에서도 팬데믹 예방, 대비, 대응을 강조하고 있는 만큼 이번 포럼을 계기로 우리나라의 경험을 나누고 모두가 연대할 수 있는 방안이 논의되기를 기대합니다. 기후변화 역시 모두가 함께 대응해야 하는 과제입니다. 정부는 제5차 국민건강진진 종합계획을 통해 기후보건 영향평가를 도입하고 모니터링을 강화하는 등 기후변화로 인한 건강위험에 대응하고 있습니다. 또한 인천광역시를 비롯한 많은 지방자치단체도 기후변화에 대응한 건강도시를 만들기 위해 다양한 노력을 하고 계신 것으로 알고 있습니다. 이번 포럼을 통해 건강도시의 비전을 공유하고 우리 모두를 위한 건강도시의 모습을 보다 구체적으로 그려나갈 수 있기를 바랍니다. 다시 한번 바쁘신 중에도 한자리에 모여주신 여러분께 감사드리며 각국 정부, 학계, 민간의 저명한 참석자들이 함께 하시는 만큼 학술적인 논의와 함께 구체적인 정책적 제언이 도출될 것으로 기대합니다. 감사합니다.
여러분 반갑습니다. 국토교통부 장관 원희룡입니다. 대한민국 최초의 스마트시티이자 최초의 경제자유구역인 여기 인천 송도에서 2023 월드 헬스시티 포럼이 열리니 더욱 뜻깊습니다. 지난 3년간 전 인류는 코로나로 인해 인고의 시간을 보내야 했습니다. 그 어려운 시간을 뚫고 도시와 의료, 기후 분야 최고 전문가 여러분이 이번 월드 헬스 시티 포럼에 함께 해주신다니 기대가 큽니다. 이 자리를 통해 들려주실 인류와 도시의 지속 가능한 미래, 그 해안에 더욱 귀 기울이겠습니다. 저와 국토부는 여러분의 한 말씀 한 말씀이 도시 정책으로 거듭나도록 더욱 노력하겠습니다. 다시 한번 2023 월드 헬스시티 포럼 개최를 축하드립니다. 감사합니다.
안녕하세요. 국회 사무총장 이광재입니다. 인간은 도시를 만들고 도시는 인간을 만듭니다. 도시는 변하고 그리고 진화합니다. 우리 농경시대에는 농촌이라는 도시가 있었습니다. 중세에는 길드라는 도시가 세계 문명을 이끌었습니다. 산업혁명 시기에는 공장이라는 것이 도시의 핵심적인 생산 기지이자 도시의 핵심이었습니다. 후기 산업 사회에는 오피스 빌딩이라는 것이 부가가치의 핵심 기지이자 도시의 가장 강력한 에너지였습니다. 자, 그러면 앞으로 어떤 도시가 필요한 것일까요? 시대의 문제를 해결하는 도시, 디지털 혁명에 맞는 도시, 기후위기를 극복하는 도시, 그리고 수명 100세 시대 인간이 살아가는 데 필요한 도시를 만들어야 합니다. 도시의 OS를 지배하는 자가 세상을 새로운 문명으로 이끌게 될 것입니다. 첫째, 이제 직장과 주거는 근접하거나 일치하는 시대가 올 것입니다. 이제 출퇴근 시간에 하루에 1시간 반을 낭비하는 시대는 끝내야 합니다. 공간혁명이라는 컴팩트 시티가 탄생할 것입니다. 병원과 쇼핑센터, 학교, 의사당 모든 것은 온라인 혁명에 의해서 완전히 변화되고 말 것입니다. 공간혁명이 필요합니다. 수명 100세 시대를 살아가려면 효율은 높아야 되지만 비용은 굉장히 떨어져야 합니다. 65세에 정년을 하고 나면 100세까지 살면 35년 동안 무엇을 먹고 살 수 있겠습니까? 효율은 높이고 비용이 확실히 주는 새로운 도시를 만들어야 합니다. 미국의 나사 프로젝트는 우주의 시대를 열었습니다. 이제 인류의 새로운 보금자리, 새로운 도시를 만드는 도시만을 연구하는 나사와 같은 국제기구를 창설해야 합니다. 오늘 이 귀중한 포럼은 인류가 새로운 문명 시대를 개척해 나갈 수 있는 도시의 OS를 창조할 수 있는 지혜와 지식과 기술이 함께 만나는 장이었으면 좋겠습니다. 인류의 위대한 진취를 이 자리에 계신 분들이 만들어 주십시오. 여러분들이 주인공이십니다.
Thank you very much. Those were some precious messages by top leaders and figures from Korea and overseas who are at the forefront in protecting the planet and humankind, as well as in developing cities that make residents happier. So thank you very much for those messages. And before we move on, I would like to remind you again that we are providing simultaneous interpretation throughout the forum. So if you haven't yet, please use the devices on the table. Channel 1 is for Korean and channel 2 is for English. 네, 다음 순서로 이어가기 전에 동시 통역 안내를 한 번 더 해드리도록 하겠습니다. 테이블에 놓여 있는 리시버를 사용해 주시면 되겠고요. 채널 1번은 한국어고요. 채널 1번은 한국어, 채널 2번은 영어입니다. 네, 앞으로의 발표에 참고해 주시길 바라겠습니다. All right, ladies and gentlemen, next we have congratulatory remarks from Hong Tui Patterson, the Chief Financial Officer and Chief Operating Officer of the Green Climate Fund. The Green Climate Fund, headquartered right here in Songdo International City, is an international organization actively engaged at the forefront of climate crisis response. So please join me in welcoming her with a big round of applause.
Good morning, everyone. And thank you so much for allowing us to join this inaugural forum. I'd like to thank Incheon Metropolitan City and Seoul National University, Yonsei University, and Ewha Women's University for hosting this important and very timely event. I'd also like to give special thanks to Mayor Yu, who also spoke at our 10th year anniversary here in Songdo. So thank you very much. As everyone could hear, that sense of urgency and for an ambitious climate action going into COP28 and that nexus of health and climate has never been higher. I was thinking about this as this event as I was exploring Seoul this weekend. And just seeing how beautiful the Seoul was, lined with ginkgo tree leaves as they were falling. And for those of you who are coming into Korea for the first time, ginkgo leaves fall quite suddenly. And so they create this beautiful bed of beautiful leaves, and I really enjoyed that. But what was unusual this year was to see that the ginkgo leaves were green, rather than the yellow that they would normally be as they fall. And so I asked a friend of mine why this was, and his father's a farmer, so it's not common knowledge, but he said that it's because it's been a record hot year in Korea. And with the fall coming so quickly, the leaves didn't have time to change to yellow. Now, Korea's summer this year was actually on average 1 degree higher than it has been in the last 25 years. And so it is setting to become one of the record years, hot years for Korea. But it's not just the record-setting hot year for Korea, but for the world. And 2023 is set to become the hottest year on record. And with hot records also means record human suffering. So heat waves and droughts are exacerbated by extreme temperatures and causing countless deaths, displacements, and loss of livelihoods. And climate change represents a fundamental threat to human health. Now, this this nexus between climate and health is very well recognized, and yet only 2% of adaptation funding goes to projects that are so needed to prevent malnutrition, malaria, and heat stress-related deaths, and for countries to adapt to that. And developing countries who have contributed the least to climate change are the ones who are most impacted. As the world's largest climate fund, the Green Climate Fund supports developing countries to achieve their climate ambitions for a green, resilient future, and includes the protection of health and well-being for the most vulnerable in this planet. Recognizing that gaps in funding the climate health sector, we've already started to directly invest in more health-related projects. We are the only climate fund thus far to issue investment criteria guidance for the health sector. And to date, we've approved nearly $500 million in 13 projects that have strong health and well-being outputs. What we also see is, as the largest climate fund, we also see that there is a need to really harmonize and reduce the fragmentation around climate financing across the world, whether that is with multilaterals, with other international organizations, and with the private sector, we're well positioned to be that catalytic fund. Our role in this is to catalyze investments, new investments, and new business technologies by de-risking each of these sectors. And so with that, it is meant to bring complementarity and is meant to bring funding into developing countries where they need it the most. And so, for example, and it's welcoming to hear that the Lao minister is here, but we just approved at our last board a $28 million project in Lao as an example of this. And it is meant to enhance the climate resilience of Laos health system and strengthen its capacity in 25 rural districts to manage health impacts from climate change. We'll be working directly with the national health system and communities to really break down the barriers of knowledge, capacity building, and resources in order to transition their own health system and work towards a climate resilient development. In the march towards COP28, we'll be also participating in the first ever Health Day. GCF will be announcing climate resilient and climate health financing initiatives. The Health Day would galvanize political and financial momentum for climate and health and lay a foundation for future partnerships for managing climate impacts on health. We're looking forward to a fruitful discussion here at the forum on climate finance access and health and climate investment opportunities. And as we enter our next programming cycle starting in 2024, we'll continue to build our climate investments portfolio in health to support the most vulnerable. So I'm really looking forward to the outputs that come out of this forum. So thank you very much, and thank you. And I hope that this is a productive forum. Thank you.
Thank you very much for those congratulatory remarks. And I really like the example of the ginkgo leaves because it also made me think of the cherry blossoms that bloomed much in a different way than in the years before, much earlier. So I think it's these examples that really demonstrate that there needs to be done something. So thank you for that speech. And next, on behalf of the forum's organizers, we have the pleasure of welcoming President Ryu Hong Lim of Seoul National University to deliver his welcoming remarks. So let's welcome him with a big round of applause.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, distinguished speakers and delegates. On behalf of the organizing committee of this forum, I'd like to extend my warm welcome to everyone gathered here at the inaugural ceremony for World Health City Forum. This forum will serve as a crucial platform uniting academia, industry, citizens, and governments to tackle the urgent challenges facing humanity, including climate change, pandemics, and shifts in population dynamics. These challenges highlight the pivotal importance of health and safety in our lives. Especially, the ongoing pandemic has been a catalyst for a paradigm shift, compelling us to reassess our priorities and seek innovative approaches to ensure the well-being of our community. It has hastened our need to innovate across all facets of life, from the way we work to the way we interact with each other. Today, we come here together to introduce a new strategy, one that encapsulates the spirit of our community and its resilience in the face of adversity. This strategy mirrors our unwavering commitment to the welfare of our residents and the prosperity of our community. It will be our guiding light as we navigate the uncertainties brought about by the pandemic, not merely surviving, but thriving in the face of adversity. As we embark on this journey, let us remember that the true strength of our city lies in its people and our collective determination to surmount any challenges in our path. Together, we can overcome pandemic risks, safeguard health and safety, nurture innovation, and implement a noble strategy that propels our city towards a brighter and prosperous future. Once again, I wish to express my heartfelt gratitude to each of you for your invaluable presence in this crucial dialogue. Let us proceed with unwavering determination, hope, and a shared vision for a healthier, safer, and more innovative future for all of us. Thank you very much.
Thank you, President Liu. And just as you said, let's hope for many ideas for new strategies to be formed at this very occasion, the World Health City Forum. Let's give them another big hand. And finally, as the Chief Organizing Committee member responsible for the overall preparation and successful execution of this forum, we have the pleasure of welcoming Kim Jin-yong, the Commissioner of the Incheon Free Economic Zone. So please join me in giving him a warm round of applause.
Good morning, everyone. Esteemed guests, distinguished ladies and gentlemen, I'm Kim Jin-yong, Commissioner of Incheon Free Economic Zone Authority. I would like to express my deepest gratitude to the esteemed speakers and panelists who have traveled great distances to join us today. In commencing this three-day global forum, it is my honor to extend a warm welcome to each one of you to the city of Songdo, Incheon, serving as the host of the premier World Health City Forum. It is truly inspiring to witness the presence of renowned leaders and experts from academia, industries, and governments who will play pivotal roles in shaping the discourse of this crucial gathering. Allow me to take this opportunity to introduce IFEZ, the Incheon Free Economic Zone, the first economic zone designated by the Korean central government in 2003. Over the past 2 decades, IFEZ has consistently strived to cultivate a business-friendly environment, fostering collaboration between local and international enterprises. In this journey, IFEZ has flourished both in size and quality. IFEZ stands as the foremost free economic zone among the 9 situated in Korea, contributing 70% to the total revenue generated by all such zones in the country. IFEZ proudly claims global recognition, with Songdo boasting the world's largest biopharmaceutical production capacity in a single city with 1.2 million liters. We are home to 15 international organizations, including the prestigious Green Climate Fund. As you know, the formidable challenge of the COVID-19 has accelerated a global shift from globalization to deglobalization or globalization. Yet, even in the face of deglobalization's challenges, I perceive opportunities. This juncture calls for a serious commitment to a sustainable future and prompt action. I am unequivocally convinced that the biomedical industry, a focal point of IFES, will be instrumental in combating future pandemics. Furthermore, international organizations like the GCF, housed within IFES, will emerge as key contributors in shaping a new consensus for a sustainable future and constructing an effective governance framework. Our Incheon Global Campus, hosting students from across the globe, stands poised to nurture responsible leaders dedicated to our sustainable future. It is crucial for us to see ourselves as leaders, working collectively to make the cities safer, healthier, and more sustainable. IFES remains committed to supporting this noble endeavor. I assure you of my steadfast commitment to making this forum a networking platform for academia, government, and business to seek answers together, laying the foundation for a sustainable future. In conclusion, my sincere thanks go to all who contributed to the preparation of this event, especially the organizers of the World Health City Forum Secretariat. Once again, thank you all for joining us. I eagerly anticipate the prospect of reconvening next year in IFES. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Commissioner Kim, for those kind words and also your endeavors in preparing the World Health City Forum. Let's give him another big hand. And also, thank you very much again to all of our distinguished guests for your wonderful messages. Ladies and gentlemen, why are we all gathered here today? What motivation and reasons have brought us together beyond nationality, race, occupation, and field? As we set sail on the grand ship of the World Health City Forum, aiming towards an unknown future, we proudly present our mission and goals to the world. And we will do that by watching together the forum's video message on the screen. As we watched the video together, it once again reminded us of the meaning encapsulated in the logo of the World Health City Forum, embarking on a journey towards a resilient, sustainable, and smart future. And now, ladies and gentlemen, as we wrap up the opening ceremony, we would like to mark this momentous occasion by capturing a commemorative photo with our special guests before we move on with our keynote speeches. Now, during the setup on the stage, we would kindly request the audience to wait for a brief moment. So our esteemed guests, that would be 14 of you, please, you may now come up onto the stage for the commemorative photo. 네, 저희 스페셜 게스트분들 14분께서는 지금 무대 위로 올라와 주시면 되겠습니다. All right, let's give them a big round of applause as they come up onto the stage. 네, 바로 무대 위로 올라와 주시면 되겠습니다. Okay, let's get you all up onto the stage. Maybe I was wrong with the number, but these are all our special guests who are going to be in the commemorative photo. So if we have all of you on the stage, please look at the camera in the front. 네, 모두 정면을 바라봐 주시고 네, 미소를 지어 주시길 바라겠습니다. 1, 2, 3. 네, 오늘 또 의미 있는 날인 만큼 다 함께 월드 헬스 시티 하면서 더 환한 미소로 또 카메라를 바라봐 주시면 좋겠습니다. So, by the count of 3, let's say World Health City and smile with a big smile into the camera. 1, 2, 3. World Health City. Okay. 네, 그리고 마지막으로 오늘 행사의 성공을 기원하는 마음으로 박수와 함께 또 마지막 사진을 찍도록 하겠습니다. So now let's all applaud for the success of the forum and take our last photo. 네, 감사합니다. Thank you very much. Our distinguished guests may leave the stage. 네, 이제 자리에 착석해 주시면 되겠습니다. Thank you very much. Thank you again to our esteemed guests for taking part today at this very important occasion. And ladies and gentlemen, after the opening ceremony now, we officially commence the first World Health City Forum under the overarching theme of globalization of risks, how to address the mega risks. We have prepared 2 keynote speeches for that. And first of all, I would like to remind you once again to use your interpretation receivers and to use the appropriate channels, the language of your preference. Channel 1 is for Korean and channel 2 is for English. 네, 다시 한번 동시 통역 안내해 드리겠습니다. 채널 1번은 한국어고요. 그리고 채널 2번은 영어입니다. 잘 참고해 주시길 바라겠습니다. So let me begin by introducing our first speaker. We are honored to have Ji Young-mi, Commissioner of Korea Disease Control and Prevention Agency, who is going to deliver the first keynote speech. Commissioner Ji Young-mi is a renowned expert in virology and a global health specialist who has served as a regional coordinator for the World Health Organization. And now I think we're ready. So ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome her with a big round of applause.
So good morning, distinguished guests. Colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, it is my great honor and privilege to speak to you during this first World City Forum. I'd like to thank Professor Hong Yun-chul and Oh Ju-hwan for inviting me to this forum as a keynote speaker. So in my talk, I'm going to talk about how we can address post-pandemic mega risk on global health, focusing on the role of Korea Disease Control and Prevention Agency. So can I have next slide, please? So let me start with the global risk landscape. This is the report from the World Economic Forum, and we can see all those global risks are interconnected. And one example is the outcome of the infectious diseases is affected by chronic health conditions. And also, the environmental risks indicated in green are actually also interconnected to each other. So if you see the same report, this report lists the biggest global risk within 2 years and 10 years. So within 10 years, before 10 years, I'd like to mention within 2 years. So those the environmental risks indicated in green color occupies half of those global risks within 2 years. And for the 10 years, you can see those environmental risks are even bigger and actually occupies the top of the list. So for the decade ahead, we realized the environmental risks weigh in very heavily, occupying the top of the list of all global risks. So anticipating those global risks should be central to the politics and good governance. And from this list, you can also see the chronic diseases and health conditions. And this is also another big issue in my country with the super aging society. And also WHO listed 13 most urgent global health challenges, while COVID-19 no longer constitutes an international public health emergency. There are many other urgent global health challenges. So first, we can think about preparing for next epidemics and pandemics. Of course, this is very important after we experienced COVID-19. And also, they listed elevating health in climate debate. This is very important also. And if you see all other global health challenges, you can realize the health equity issue, how to address health equity issue, and investment should be central to overcome those global health challenges. And also, Royal Society of Tropical Medicine and Hygiene announced major risk in international public health. So what will be the biggest challenges to global health over the next 25 years? They also listed climate change and crisis as a top priority, followed by drug resistance. This is, of course, very important. Antimicrobial resistance has been always a big issue and was called as silent pandemic. And emerging epidemics and pandemics, and urbanization, aging population, and globalization. It's followed by climate crisis. So among those biggest global health challenges, I will focus a few issues: pandemics, climate and environmental changes, and aging society with increased chronic diseases and urbanization. So pandemics can come actually much earlier than we expect with new zoonotic diseases and respiratory viruses can be the candidate for next pandemic. We expect it could be avian influenza or another coronaviruses. And as I mentioned, antimicrobial resistance has been always issue, and this has been always also issued during the COVID-19 pandemic for last 3 years. And pandemic also had great impact, big impact on NCD control during the pandemic. And as I showed already for the previous slide, climate and environmental changes are on top of the list. And aging society and increased chronic diseases is a big issue in my country with the super age society. So we will have the population over 65 years 20.6%. So currently it's 17.5%. By 2025, the population over 65 years old will be 20.6%, which means our society will be super aged society. And another big issue is how we can address sustainable urbanization. So in terms of aging and chronic diseases globally, 10 diseases cause more than half of all deaths. And among those 10 diseases, if you see this pie graph, the Alzheimer's disease and other dementias will be increased twice as much if we compare with 2019. By 2045, it will be 6%. So this is actually a strongest increase among all 10 diseases causing the death. So if you see the city ranking based on population size, the Tokyo being the largest city with 37 million inhabitants, followed by New Delhi and Shanghai. By 2030, 43 megacities will have more than 10 million inhabitants, and 1 in 8 people will live in 33 megacities worldwide. And we also expect 68% of world population will live in urban areas by 2050. So because we live in a very interconnected world, because we have very high connectivity between different cities, the risks originating from one city can spread to another very quickly globally. So there are increasing needs for joint responses. So sustainable urbanization will be the key to the successful development. A new framework of urban development will be needed based on understanding the key trend in urbanization. So we have to successfully manage urban growth, especially in low and middle income countries, where the pace of urbanization is the fastest. And we need to address challenges in housing, transportation, and energy system, and other infrastructure, as well as for the employment and basic services such as education and healthcare. We need to also implement integrated policies to improve the lives of both urban and rural populations, and inclusive policies to manage urban growth to ensure access to infrastructure and social services for everyone, focusing on the needs of urban poor and other vulnerable populations. So when we talk about Health City, we talk about Ottawa Charter for Health Promotion. So Health for All present major approach strategies for health promotion. In 1996, WHO decided the theme of World Health Day as Health Cities for Better Life, promoting the implementation of conditions for improving urban health and solving environmental problems through local government actions and community participation. And again, in 2010, WHO's World Health Day theme was urban and health. So question is, can we collectively bring new thinking to those challenges that urbanization is bringing to global health? So now I'm going to talk about what the Korea Disease Control and Prevention Agency has been doing and will be doing to address those global health issues. So we do have a climate and health impact assessment every 5 years, and the result is published afterwards. And so first report came out in 2022, and based on this assessment report, we will expand climate vulnerability analysis and applicability of climate and health assessment, and we will promote region-specific policies on climate and health, and we will strengthen international collaboration, of course, and climate and health issues should be recognized very seriously, and we need to improve health literacy. For that, we will be developing communication materials and collaborating with climate and health expert network and hosting a climate health forum. And the second assessment is planned for 2026, and we want to, we hope that the result from this assessment will be used as a data for policy making. And next issue is chronic diseases. So we have drafted national action plans for prevention and control of chronic diseases. So we will be advancing the community health survey for the chronic diseases and health threat. We have been doing this survey for many years, and we will strengthen this survey within this national action plan. And we will also strengthen the health promotion advocacy to manage risk factors such as smoking, drinking, diet, and exercise. And also, one of the important projects for my agency is Community Health Gap Production Project, targeting vulnerable populations. And we will have a session later during this forum, and hope that many of you can also participate in this session. And then strengthening primary healthcare services for chronic diseases, of course, this should be in collaboration with the Ministry of Health and Welfare. And we will promote age-related research, including cohort studies. And this has been ongoing also for many years. Currently, this is conducted by Korea NIH. And we do hope we can further strengthen the international collaboration, including the global network for age-friendly cities and communities. For pandemic preparedness and response, securing infrastructure is very important. So we will analyze the infrastructures for pandemic preparedness and response within cities, and also try to make consensus for the pandemic response governance. And we need to improve health literacy, and securing medical infrastructure for pandemics would be a very important issue, as we experienced with COVID-19, such as hospital beds and PPEs and etc. And we also need the trained response teams and human resources. And we also need to work towards the integrated public health data and information system for pandemic responses. And we are actually working on this. We will be having the integrated information system by early next year at the central government level. And we do hope that there will be efficient intercity operation for emergency responses. So those are included in our pandemic preparedness and response plan. So to address those global health challenges, we need a resilient health system. And what is resilience? The resilience is the ability of systems to prepare for, observe, and recover from, and adapt to major shocks. And OECD health policy studies made 6 recommendations to improve health system resistance and to reduce the impact of future shocks. So those 6 recommendations are to promote key policies for population health, especially for the vulnerable population, and health workforce retention, and data collection and use, preferably on a real-time basis, and international cooperation, and supply chain resilience, and the trust in leadership and governance. So I'm sure many countries are actually implementing those key policies and obviously need the commitment and a lot of investment. And here are the WHO's urban preparedness cross-cutting areas of work. And WHO Health Cities emphasizes 3 components of political commitment, technical excellence, and community participation. So among those cross-cutting areas of work, I want to emphasize public-private collaboration for health emergency preparedness, and risk and crisis communication, and community engagement, and health systems resilience and workforce. So we do understand both central and local governments should be committed and need much more investment to resolve these issues. So I tried to see what other regions are doing, and the WHO European region has done a lot of work for these health cities issues, and they have phase 7 project mapping city priorities such as urban environment, preventing road traffic injuries, and addressing equity issue for the migrants and unemployed, and improving health literacy and healthy aging, to address NCDs, non-communicable diseases, and mental health. And for child and adolescent health, obesity issue, mental health, and physical activity promotion. So we do need to consider health in all policies, but more importantly, health equity in all policies. So, and next slide shows the example of United Kingdom, and they established Commission on Creating Healthy Cities in December 2020, and they have produced evidence on active travel from the Health City Toolkit. They also produced a very useful economic analysis. So if each Londoner walk 20 minutes every day, it would save 1.6 billion in NHS treatment cost, and 1 in 6 early death, and 10% of strokes and heart diseases, and also 20 to 30% of depression cases. And also they estimate 57 billion pounds could be the estimated cost for the obesity-related conditions. So hope that this kind of analysis also can be done in my country. So we do have the Korea Healthy Cities Partnership. There are 103 members. I'm sure many of those members are participating in this forum. So hope that we can collaborate with those members to really promote the community level project for health promotion. So to address those global health risks, especially on pandemics and climate environmental changes, Korea Disease Control and Prevention Agency has taken the One Health approach with multi-ministerial collaboration. And we have announced the National Pandemic Prevention and Preparedness Response Plan in May this year. We have also endorsed the Pandemic Prevention and Preparedness and Response Plan during the high-level meeting in September, the UN General Assembly. And we do need whole of society approach, and public and private partnership is one important pillar of our national pandemic preparedness plan. And we need to have clear governance framework defining the roles of ministries and central and local government. We need to strengthen our global and international collaboration. We are working closely with WHO and World Organization for Animal Health and FAO, and we will expand our collaboration with some other organizations. And we do hope we can link to Healthy Cities Network as well. So here is the National Pandemic Prevention and Preparedness and Response Plan with a vision to a safe society through agile, collaborative, and resilient health system for pandemic response, pandemic emergency response with 3 goals: securing essential medical countermeasures, including vaccine and therapeutics, within 100 or 200 days. This will be depending on the level of preparedness. And second, strengthen and maintain high-level response capacity for sustainable pandemic management. So we want to be ready for the response even when we have 1 million cases per day. So this is one of our goals. And third is prioritize the health and safety of vulnerable populations to minimize health inequities, as I emphasized a few times in my previous slide. And also to address aging society issues and increased chronic diseases, this should be in collaboration with the Ministry of Health and Welfare. We are conducting various non-communicable disease control and reduction projects, and that those projects should be based on private and public partnership with whole of society approach, and we do need clear roles of central and local government. Here I want to mention the Health Disparity and Gap Reduction Project operated by my agency. And since 2017, 42 regions has been involved, and some completed and some still in progress. And we do hope this project can be linked to Healthy City Network. So, in September this year, commemorating the 3 years since KDCA was established, we selected new slogan as ensuring healthy lives with KDCA, your most trusted partner. To really materialize this goal, we need to consider health in all policies, but more importantly, as I mentioned earlier, health equity in all policies for protecting vulnerable population. And one of the lessons learned from COVID-19 was building resilient health system to address those global health issues. And we all have to work together as we have shared global responsibility. And Korea Disease Control and Prevention Agency will be happy to partnering with Healthy City Network and WHO and all other related organizations to take those global responsibility. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for your insightful speech, Commissioner Ji, which was very timely in a situation where proactive preparation for the next pandemic is crucial following COVID-19. So let's give her another warm round of applause. And now it is my pleasure to introduce our second keynote speaker, Jeremy Rifkin, the president of the Foundation on Economic Trends. Now, Mr. Rifkin had initially planned to join us in person at this venue and engage in many discussions, but unfortunately, a family issue arose just before the forum, and as a result, Mr. Rifkin will be joining us via real-time video connection from Washington, D.C. So despite the unexpected circumstances, we are grateful that Mr. Rifkin has made the effort to stay with us until late at night in Washington. So, ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Mr. Rifkin with a big round of applause. Hello, Mr. Rifkin. Can you hear my voice well?
I can, and greetings to all of my friends in the Republic of Korea. It's such a pleasure to be with you, if not physically, at least virtually. As you know, I'm a big fan of the country and all that you've done over the years. And it's a real pleasure to be here with this World Health City Forum. It's the right theme, it's the right conference at the right time. So again, a real pleasure. I want to start on a bit of a somber note. I hope it'll end up being a liberating reflection. You'll have to decide. There was quite a bit of mention in the last talk about pandemics. There's going to be more pandemics. And there's a reason for this. When my dad was born in 1908, 84% of this planet was still wilderness. There was no human development. Today, there's only 22% of this earth is still wild. And meanwhile, we went from 780 million human beings at the beginning of the American Revolution 200 years ago to 8 billion people huddled in massive urban areas. So here's what's happening. Our viruses are now climate migrants. They are migrating. As the wilderness depletes, the viruses are hitching a ride on animals and getting closer and closer to our urban civilization. So there's going to be more pandemics. It's part of a bigger issue. And that is, we are now in the final stages of the industrial revolution of the last 2 centuries. And it's taken us to a climate extinction event. This is a real reflection of a turning point in history. When I began to work on this issue of transforming our energies from fossil fuels to renewables back in 1973, there was only a few theoretical articles about climate change. But beginning in the 1980s, it became clear that we were in trouble. Let me explain what climate change is all about. It's never explained. We are a water planet. We like to think we're on a land planet, but you know, in the 1960s, 70s, when the Apollo spacecraft mission went to the moon, one of the astronauts, as they were closing in on the moon, took out a little home camera and he took a photo of the planet Earth, and everybody was shocked. We thought we would see a green, verdant landscape. What we saw was a blue marble. We are actually a water planet, and this is what we need to begin to understand. Here's what climate change is all about. We dug up the burial ground of a previous period of history, the Carboniferous era, 350 million years ago. We took the dead remains of animal and plant life that morphed into fossil fuels, coal, oil, and gas. We dug them up, and we used those fossil fuels to create the industrial civilization, the age of progress. In the process, we spewed massive amounts of these global warming gases into the atmosphere: nitrous oxide, methane, CO2. Those molecules are now blocking the sun's heat from getting off the planet. So here's the problem. For every 1 degree Celsius that the temperature goes up on this earth from global warming emissions, the atmosphere is sucking up 7% more precipitation from the oceans, from the land mass, into the clouds. So we're getting more concentrated precipitation in the clouds and massive, exponential, uncontrolled water events. What we call atmospheric rivers in the winter, pouring 14 and 15 feet of snow in regions that have never had snow. Then in the spring, the hydrosphere is rebelling with floods across all the ecosystems, every continent. They're destroying wildlife, taking human property and human lives. Then in the summer, we have the droughts for month after month after month. And then after that, we have the heat waves. 110 degrees, 120 degrees Fahrenheit, people die. And then we have these massive wildfires that are destroying whole communities and now cities in 1 day, 2 days. In the fall, we get the hurricanes and typhoons. This is all about the hydrosphere. We are a water planet. And now the hydrosphere is rebelling. It's taking us into a new era, which our scientists say is the sixth extinction of life on planet Earth. Doesn't even make the headlines. This is the most momentous moment in the history of our planet, in the history of our species. And what our scientists are telling us is we're likely to lose half the species of life on this planet in the lifetime of today's babies in Korea and other countries. We'll never see them again. We'll never hear them again. These species have been here for millions of years. The question now is, how did this happen? And where do we go from here? What's becoming increasingly clear, and this message I'm going to give now is one of hope, actually, not despair. I know that young people around the world don't know if there's going to be a future. They're frightened. They're starting to believe we live on a planet that's alien to us. We don't understand it. We don't know how we can survive it. And what they're beginning to learn is a message. This planet is much more powerful than we ever thought. And our little teeny species, Homo sapien, is much smaller and not very significant in the future evolution of this planet. That's actually good news because it tells us that we need to completely change the narrative. This narrative is not a short narrative of the age of progress. It goes far back in Western history, at least, to the age of, beginning of Abrahamic religions, the book of Genesis, the first pseudo-historical account of history. And as you know, in the book of Genesis, the Lord says to Adam and Eve, do not eat the apple from the tree of knowledge of good and evil, because if you do, I will eliminate you from paradise and you will have to live by your toil. They defied the Lord. He said, you're now on your own. But the Lord gave Adam a gift. He said, I will give you dominion over all of life on this planet. You shall be the master of my creation. That caveat, that mandate, in all of its various forms across the world, all the way up to the fossil fuel industrial age, the age of progress, is what's taken us to where we are today. So here's the problem. We don't have a playbook for this. We don't have a playbook because we're using the same set of assumptions, the same narrative, the same worldview to try to address this climate crisis. And these assumptions that we travel with have created the crisis. So whether it's global governing institutions or individual countries or civil society, we're stuck. And the key is we're going to have to find a new playbook. I'm modestly hopeful because of the young generation of Gen Zs and the younger millennials. I saw these Friday for Future marches where young people many, many times would come out of their schools on Friday and out of their offices, young millennials, and they would, millions of them, they would assemble in 141 countries calling for a climate emergency. But what's impressive about these young people is these protests, they're not like any protest in history. We are protesting species. We protested all sorts of grievances over history. This one's different. This is the first time an entire generation across this planet has come out to protest, and they see themselves as an endangered species. And they see their fellow creatures as part of their evolutionary family. All the other divisions that keep us from each other, our geopolitics, our governance, the way we organize our economy, our religious traditions, our tribal traditions, all that's still there. But now these young people see themselves as an endangered species and their fellow creatures part of the family. That's a hopeful sign. It is clear that we need a new playbook, and let me share this with you, if I may. So some of you know I've had the privilege of serving as an advisor to the European Union, the European Commission heads of state for 22 years, and I still do. And more recently with the People's Republic of China leadership on the 13th and 14th five-year plan. And with Senator Charles Schumer, our majority leader on the Build Back Better plan. The reason I say that is that in each of these occasions, I asked these leaders to step back and ask an anthropological question. how do the great paradigm shifts in history occur? Because maybe if we know how they occur, we can get a new roadmap and a completely different compass to navigate a future that might take us into hopefully reflourishing the planet. It turns out, from an anthropological perspective, there have been a half a dozen great paradigm shifts in history. Every one of them shares a common denominator. And that is, at a moment of time, across a civilization, 4 defining technologies emerge. It's often serendipitous, and they converge to create an infrastructure that fundamentally changes the way we organize our day-to-day life, the way we organize governance, the economy, our approach to nature, how we educate our kids, even our temporal spatial orientation. What are these 4 technologies? Number 1, new communication revolutions. Number 2, new energy regimes. Number 3, new modes of mobility and logistics. Number 4, new ways of managing water. When these technologies come together in periods of history, they completely change governance. The governments don't create these infrastructures. The infrastructures determine the kind of governance that are going to be possible with these infrastructures. The economy doesn't create these infrastructures. As these infrastructures come in, they kind of dictate the kinds of approaches you might use. So let me give you a couple examples. First Industrial Revolution, Britain, 19th century. The communication revolution in Britain, steam-powered printing. I try to remind my friends that Korea had the print press well before a lot of other places, but steam-powered printing. And that allowed us to put out cheap newspapers and catalogs and journals and printed books for something called public schools. Later in that century, they laid out a telegraph system, instant communication across the British Isles. The energy revolution, they had depleted the forest for energy. So they had to go down under the ground and dig up the coal with a steam pump. Then they put the steam pump into an engine for mobility and logistics, and they created railroads. And all of a sudden, people were traveling at 60 miles an hour. And the water revolution was, the Brits became the first modern society since the fall of Rome to introduce water systems that went into factories and homes, and sewer systems that would take the water back for pacification and purification. The first industrial revolution took us from regional to national markets, nation states, shareholding corporations, etc. Second industrial revolution in the United States, 20th century, communication revolution, that telephone connected the continent. The energy revolution, we discovered oil in Texas, didn't have to rely on coal anymore. The mobility revolution, Henry Ford put everybody in a cheap automobile. Later, internal combustion transport for rail, inland water, ocean, air traffic. The water revolution, America was the first to create these massive hydroelectric dams, the Hoover Dam. And then a century later, it finished off with Three Gorges Dam in China. The second industrial revolution took us from urban development, railroads, to suburban development, automobiles, all over the world. That was the new infrastructure for that. It took us from national markets to globalization and global governing institutions like the World Bank, OECD, IMF, et cetera, UN. That second industrial revolution peaked. We all know the date in the business community. The date was July 2008. And in that month, Brent crude oil hit $147 a barrel on world markets. The whole global economy completely shut down. The financial collapse of the subprime mortgage 60 days later, that was simply an aftershock, not the earthquake. Why? This whole civilization depends on fossil fuels, the industrial age, the age of progress. It's not just powering our vehicles and heating our homes. Our food additives and preservatives, fossil fuels. Synthetic fiber for clothing, fossil fuels. Pharmaceutical products, fossil fuels. Packaging materials, construction, it's everything. So when the price of crude oil goes over 80 a barrel, all the other prices go up. At 100 a barrel, inflation goes wild, shut down. We are in a dangerous end game of trying to come back and shut down. It's an end game. So where do we go from here? We are on the cusp of a third industrial revolution that'll take us from a dying age of progress to an emerging age of resilience and a completely new narrative for how we live on this planet, a water planet. What is this revolution? The communication revolution is the internet. We have 4.5 billion people with a little smartphone in their hand, and that little smartphone has more computing power than to send our astronauts to the moon. That is amazing. Now that communication internet of big data, analytics, and algorithms is converging with a second internet. And that is, millions of us now are producing our own solar and wind in our homes, our factories, our agricultural fields, everywhere. And pretty soon it's going to be hundreds of millions, because solar and wind are now by far the cheapest energies in the world, way cheaper than nuclear, way cheaper than coal, oil, and natural gas. And they're the fastest growing energy. So what's happening is that people are generating their own solar and wind. What they're not using, they're storing in batteries and fuel cells. And then they're sharing it up on an energy internet with big data analytics and algorithms to share that solar and wind across continents and in the next 10 years under the oceans, across time zones, and actually around the world. All of this is happening. It hasn't scaled appropriately yet. And so if it's sunny in one part of the world, you collect that energy and share it. If it's wind at night in another part of the world, share it with another time zone. And so these two internets, using big data and analytics and algorithms, is now converging with a third internet, mobility and logistics internet, made up of electric and fuel cell transport, powered by solar and wind from the electricity and energy internet. And increasingly, these vehicles, road, rail, water, and maybe air traffic, will be semi-autonomous, maybe even autonomous. And they will use big data, analytics, and algorithms to move their mobility, and they will converge with the other two internets. Communication is already starting, but it isn't scaling. That's the problem. And now those three internets are converging with a fourth internet. And this is a water internet. Everybody is confused because we hear about the floods, then we hear about the droughts, then we hear about the floods, then we hear about the droughts. We're not running out of water. The water molecules on our planet have been here since virtually almost the beginning of its history and will be here to the end. They just change where they're going. So the problem is the reliable Holocene era of the last 10,000 years, good climate. We knew when the snows would come in the winter, store the water. Then in the spring, the nicer weather came, the water would go into the rivers and it would irrigate the fields. And by the summer was ending and it was getting a little drought, we could bring in the crops. No longer. Now, the question is, when does the water come, in what volume, and where? So we're creating water internets. It's just begun. And that is to collect the water with cisterns on the roofs where we live, where we work, and then place it underground in what we call microgrids, water microgrids. And then you're using big data, analytics, and algorithms, sharing that water when we need it in volume for either our home use, irrigation of our fields, our industrial use. This is a great transformation, if you will, in where we're headed. And if all of this sounds kind of common sense, even though it isn't in any textbooks, I do have it in my books, but it's not really captured the attention of the economics profession. If this sounds like common sense, how many of you in the audience have taken biology in high school? Raise your hands. Who's taken biology class? Only one person. Only one person's been in biology. All right, there's a few. Okay, there you are. I have my biology student. So in biology, you learn that every organism has to have a means to communicate. It has to have a source of energy to stay alive thermodynamically. It has to have some kind of mobility in order to survive. Even plants have to have motility. It has to have water. So these great infrastructure revolutions are simply making up social organisms, these giant social organisms that allow our species to see itself, as you will, as a cultural ecosystem. Where does this take us from here? We need to begin to take a look at our political way of life. We are still really right now, as we go to the last stages of the age of progress, we are really in a very bad situation politically. Everybody's frightened. Every country's closing up. We're in this geopolitical war of everybody fighting each other in a zero-sum game. This is happening all over the world. We have to make a great shift from geopolitics to biosphere politics. And instead of adapting the planet's great spheres to us, we have to adapt us to the planet's spheres. Let me explain. The hydrosphere, that's the animating sphere of this planet. This is a water planet. The hydrosphere determines the lithosphere, the plants, the animals, the soil. No water, no soil, no plants, no animals. The hydrosphere determines the atmosphere. The phytoplankton in the oceans provides most of the oxygen for the atmosphere. And the biosphere, which encompasses all those, makes this whole planet work. It's animated, it's patterns, it's processes, and it's all about managing the water. So, what is biosphere politics? It turns out that climate disasters do not give a damn about political boundaries. Climate disasters do not care about political boundaries. When a flood hits, or a drought, or a wildfire, or a hurricane, it affects ecosystems, all right? And because that's the case, we're beginning to understand that we have to cross political boundaries and share common ecosystems between countries and counties. We are not giving up nation states. Sovereignty is still here. We're not giving up regional and municipal governance, but we have to create an extension to what we call bioregional governance. And this is the one place America's a little ahead, actually. We have two bioregional governances in America for 30 years. One is in the Northwest Pacific states of Washington State, Oregon, Idaho, Montana, and they have an international border that they share with Saskatchewan, British Columbia, Manitoba, the Yukon. It's a common ecosystem geographically, and they legislate together. They steward that commons instead of depleting it, so that future generations can live and flourish. Common sense. We have a second bioregional governance. It's in the Great Lakes. And what's interesting about the Great Lakes, those 5 lakes that you see on the map, Huron and Erie and Michigan and Ontario, et cetera, this is going to be surprising. Those 5 lakes are 20% of all the remaining fresh water on the entire planet. Those 5 lakes, 20% of all the remaining fresh water. And by the way, speaking of water, the amount of water per capita today per person on this planet is half than it was 50 years ago. In other words, for every person on this planet, there's half as much water available to them today than 50 years ago, which shows we are in real trouble. China, where I've been working, announced their 8 bioregions in 2021. That's a good sign. In Europe, we're hoping to do that in the next European Commission. We're going to be moving also from globalization to glocalization. Let me talk about that just for a little bit. The industrial model is changing. The globalization favored what we call subtractive manufacturing. That was the whole base of the Industrial Revolution. Let's say you build a house, right? So you have to pare down the house. You don't use all the bricks. Some of the cement gets taken away, some of the scaffolding, in order to create the house. So it's called subtractive manufacturing. You lose a lot. We're now seeing an industrial revolution. It's called additive manufacturing. It's called 3D printing. It's called fabrication printing. So you can be an architect, for example, and you can take a feedstock, let's say cement. You don't want to use that because of CO2, but let's say you take sand or clay. That's the newest one. As you know, they use clay to build homes through all of history, and timber. So there's an architect in Italy, Cucinella. He's used clay. And then the software heats up the clay, and the software then tells the clay how to pour out an entire structure with all the departments in it in 1 day, 2 days. Passive home or passive office, near zero emission. Now, how does this affect localization? What this allows someone to do, and it's not just building, it's wind turbine bases are being 3D printed, bridges, mechanical parts and machines, all sorts of products. The UAE is dedicating, I think it's 25% of all their buildings will be 3D printed by 2030. Saudi Arabia has announced $500 billion fund to move forward. So this is starting to scale. But what this means, if let's say you're a developer in Korea, okay, because you have a lot of great construction companies, and you develop a building, you can go from a seller-buyer market to a provider-user network. You can take the software for that 3D printed building, and you can send it to a developer in the Philippines at near zero marginal cost on your cell phone in 1 minute, and set up a provider-user network. So that developer, she can develop any number of homes or offices and pay a fee on a license in the provider user networks. So we're not ending globalization, but we are extending it to localization. And it means that we can use less of the planet and we can use it in a more effective fashion to adapt to the planet rather than adapting the planet to us. It doesn't mean the disappearance of big global companies. Some will disappear and many will not, but they will partner with small and medium-sized enterprises, high tech, in fluid platforms, in agile cooperatives all over the world as we bring together globalization with localization and to address climate change. And now I would like to switch gears fundamentally, if I could, just for a minute. What's interesting is that it isn't just about the technology. We have a crisis, and I'll share a story with you. I taught the advanced management program at the Wharton School for 15 years. I was a student there back in the 60s, but I taught the program for about 15 years later on, where we bring in business leaders and government leaders from around the world for 5 weeks of rethinking their mission. And generally on the first day, I would say to the leaders, I would say, go to your dorm tonight, your dormitory, and think about the worst crisis that could confront your company or your government on your watch, and come back and talk about it. The second day, I say to the business leaders and government leaders, go back to your dormitory tonight. Again, think of the worst crisis that could confront your company and how that may be your greatest opportunity. Crisis creates opportunity through history. This is the greatest crisis we've ever faced. The last extinction event was 65 million years ago. The entire infrastructure of this planet, as I speak to you today, the entire infrastructure, it's all a stranded asset, all of it, everything. It was not designed for a global warming planet. And that's why the infrastructure is being affected all over the world. That's an opportunity. We have to remake a completely new infrastructure, communication internet, converging with the energy internet, solar and wind, mobility and logistics internet, electric and fuel cell powered transport, the water internets. We have to take all the building infrastructure, and each building becomes an open node. Each building has solar, if possible, a vertical wind nearby. Each building has an edge data center, so they can actually share distributed power in fluid networks. Each building has batteries and fuel cells to store energy, or your electric vehicles, send power back to the grid. The first and second industrial revolution infrastructures, they were designed to be centralized because fossil fuels are so damn expensive. Nobody could afford it on their own. They had to have shareholding corporations. And what happened is every sector, 4 or 5, a half a dozen major players dominated the sectors. So what we ended up with 200 years later is 500 global companies, many of them I work with. They're 1/3 of the GDP of the whole world. They only have 64 million workers out of a workforce of 3.5 billion people. So what I'm saying is many of these global companies will continue, but they will work with SMEs and high tech and localized projects in a bioregional world. And we have to put this all together. And we're running out of time. It's a huge opportunity. And right now, that opportunity is ripe because billions of dollars have come out of fossil fuels. They come out because they're stranded assets, and they're looking for scaled projects. Pension funds, $40 trillion. Insurance funds, $22 trillion. We need to begin scaling. The problem is local governments around the world are still doing pilot projects. A couple electric buses, some LEED buildings, some bike paths. So we need to begin to have places like Korea, which are such a powerhouse on bioregional governance, to begin to encourage these roadmaps for infrastructure transitions. In the last bit of time that I have with you, I want to completely change direction, if I may. And that is, I want to share two stories with you, which are going to give everybody heart and hope, real heart and hope. And what I'm about to say, you will pass on, I'm sure. Our National Institutes of Health in the US, which is 2 blocks away from my building here, our great scientists have come up with a new project. It's called the Human Microbiome Project. And the EU has joined, and 4 other countries, including the Republic of Korea. What your scientists are doing will change the entire story after you hear this. The Human Microbiome Project, our scientists are telling us that each of us in this room today is an ecosystem. Literally, not a metaphor, we're each an ecosystem. For example, we like to think that our body is with us once we mature, we have born, we mature. No, the human skeleton is replaced every 10 years, the whole skeleton. The liver is replaced every year, the stomach cell every month. So we're taking in elements from the hydrosphere. The water comes into our body, it's 60% of our body, it metabolizes our tissues. Then those molecules go somewhere else. The phosphorus in my tooth here, that came from a mountain. The mountain was degraded by the waters into sediment. And then those elements in the sediment are taken up by plants and animals, and then they come into our bodies, and then they go somewhere else. And then it gets even more interesting. The scientists are saying to us, we're not alone in our bodies. You want to talk about health? This is the new approach to world health. They're saying that there are millions of other creatures in our bodies. Proteus, archaea, fungi, bacteria, and viruses. Only 44% of the cells in our human body are human. The other 56% of the cells belong to the other creatures. Only 20,000 human genes in our body. Millions of other genes belong to these other creatures. So what the scientists are telling us in the Republic of Korea Scientific Institution and the US and Europe, we are each an ecosystem. We are nature. We're part of nature. We're not separate. We don't control it. We don't dominate it. This allows us to readapt and learn instead of trying to adapt the entire planet to our species for only our opulence and utility. We need to turn around with very critical scientific knowledge and learn how to readapt our species to the hydrosphere, the lithosphere, the atmosphere, and the biosphere. And this is very heartening news. I want to share with you one other, I think, important piece of news. And that is that I have a lot of people saying, can we make it? Are we going to be able to survive? Are we going to be able to flourish? Or is it all hopeless? I think there's a strong message here. The Smithsonian Institution, our great museums in Washington, D.C., which you've traveled to and visited, our anthropologists did a study a few years ago, and it's really eye-opening. They asked, how did our species survive? This tiny little creature with 2 little legs, not very strong. How did we survive? The old story was, the last ice age receded 11,000 years ago. No more nomadic life. Nice weather came along. We settled down to agriculture, pastoralization, all the way to the industrial age. Well, it doesn't turn out that was the way it happened. Our anthropologists looked back at the geological record. What they found was astounding. When our ancestors emerged on this planet 800,000 years ago, began one of the most difficult changes in climate in all of world history. Let me explain. Sometimes our planet tilts away from the Earth, the sun, and sometimes closer to the sun. There was a tilt 800,000 years ago when hominids developed, and then Neanderthals, and then Homo sapiens. And during that 800,000 years, the new cycle was 100,000 years ice age, 10,000 years warming. 100,000 years ice age, 10,000 years warming. This went on, this cycle, for 800,000 years. So the anthropologists said, how did humans survive this? And here's what they concluded. And this is so hopeful for young people. They said, we are perhaps the most adaptive species on this planet, maybe with the exception of viruses. But if we can rewild the planet, and the United Nations is saying we need to rewild 1/3 of the planet so our viruses can decentralize, but we're the most adaptive species. Why? Our anthropologists said, we have the biggest brain. We have language so we can share our knowledge with other generations that come after us and learn about the Earth. And we have the most disposable fingers and thumbs so we can make tools. And I would add one other thing. We have empathic neurons in our neural circuitry. We think elephants may have it. We're not sure about dolphins and dogs, but we have literally these mirror neurons in our neural circuitry, which allow each of us to experience another human, or it could be another creature, their grief, their joy, their pain, as if we are literally experiencing it in our own bodies, not up here. This allows us to cooperate. We are potentially a cooperative species. Many times, empathy allows us to inflate and bring large numbers of people together. Oftentimes, empathy collapses, civilizations collapse, and we go back to bad things. Right now, we're at an inflection point where the young people are in biophilia consciousness. They have a sense of the feeling not only for their fellow human beings as endangered, but our fellow creatures. And the Republic of Korea is one of the leaders in moving these kinds of narrative changes in history. So where does this leave us? In the new economy, we have to balance. We're not giving up geopolitics, but we have to get into biosphere politics. We are not giving up efficiency, but we have to learn that there's another temporal value called adaptivity. In nature, there's no such thing as growth. Nature is about regenerativity. Finance capital is only a derivative of ecological capital. Wealth is net primary production, photosynthesis. Gross domestic product is a terrible indicator. Quality of life indicators tells you more about whether we are having a healthy planet. And finally, we have to make a great shift, I think, from zero-sum games to network effects, and learn to live on this planet in a new way. I'm always hopeful, especially when I get to speak to folks in Korea, because you're the poster child after World War II, one of the poorest countries in the world. And you became, with all that sheer strength of your cooperation as a culture, you became one of the great economic powers on the planet. There's something about Korea's cultural tradition that's interesting, and I will leave with this thought. The Asian religions and philosophy are very interesting. In the West, we see our covenant as the overseers of nature. But if you look at Shintoism and Buddhism and Confucianism and Taoism and all of those Eastern religions and philosophies, they're very interesting in a way, because they've always said that humans are part of nature. We're part of nature. We don't dominate nature. We simply are part of nature. Now, in the West, it is true that in the West, in the 19th century, we developed ecology as a science. That's a good thing. In the 20th century, the great national parks in America. Later, the environmental movement. But I think that the East and West can learn from each other. And the Abrahamic religions and the Eastern religions can learn from each other on how we can begin to, I guess what I would say is, re-heal our relationship to this planet. The reason we're having a problem with health is the planet is sick. And the hydrosphere is trying to find a new equilibrium. And our responsibility as a species is to enjoin it with what we would call biosphere and biophilia consciousness. And my hope is that the Republic of Korea will lead the way. This first World Health City Forum is really an important event. I hope you hold it every year. And I look forward to your country playing a lead role in helping us make a fundamental transformation so that we learn to live with a new approach to science and technology and economic activity and governance that's more in line with our ability to heal this planet, to bring health back to our ecosystems. And the last thought is this. You know, our astronauts, when they come back, I remember having breakfast with an astronaut years ago, and they all say the same thing. They come back to Earth, this beautiful blue planet, and they say, everything out there is dark. They come back and they have a new feeling of belonging to this incredible experiment called life on this blue marble. It changes their whole life. And so if we can begin to do that in each of our countries, through our religious affiliations, our political affiliations, maybe we'll be on the road to rehealing the planet so that future generations, not just our species, other creatures have their right, their moment for existence on the earth. Hopefully, Korea will be at the forefront in taking us from an age of progress that is dying to an age of resilience with all the new economic opportunities and governing opportunities and educational opportunities that go with it. Thank you very much for giving me some time with you. And I look forward for more conversations as we go through the next 2 days.
Thank you very much, Mr. Rifkin, for that impressive speech, which emphasizes the need for a transition of the era of progress into an era of resilience and regeneration. And Mr. Rifkin is going to join us as a panelist in a bit, so we look forward to seeing again him shortly. And speaking of panelists, the upcoming AGB Summit is going to start in a bit after a brief stage cleanup and setup. So we will meet again at this very spot in a few minutes for the AGB Summit. So I will see you in a bit. Thank you very much.
인천 AI를 시작합니다. 오늘 날씨는 송도 센트럴파크를 산책하고 레포츠를 즐기기 좋은 화창한 날씨이며 2025년 에이펙 인천 유치 도전을 발표하는 날입니다. 인천 아시안게임과 OECD 세계포럼 등 국제 행사를 성공적으로 개최해온 인천시가 2025년 국내에서 개최되는 에이펙 정상회의 유치에 도전합니다. 인천시는 물력투자, 혁신 디지털 경제, 포용적 지속 가능이라는 에이펙 비전에 가장 부합하는 도시입니다. 스마트시티 시스템 구축으로 국제회의 개최 시 안전과 보안이 우수한 인천시 마이스 시설 분석을 시작합니다. 인천시 마이스 시설은 모두 준비됐습니다. 인천시 산업 인프라 분석을 시작합니다. 인천시 산업 인프라 역시 모두 준비됐습니다. 인천시 관광자원 분석을 시작합니다. 인천시 관광자원 충분히 준비됐습니다. 인천시 데이터 분석 모두 준비됐습니다.
인천의 처음을 위해 완벽하게 준비했습니다. 2025 에이펙 이제는 인천입니다.
인천 AI를 시작합니다. 오늘 날씨는 송도 센트럴파크를 산책하고 레포츠를 즐기기 좋은 화창한 날씨이며 2025년 에이펙 인천 유치 도전을 발표하는 날입니다. 인천 아시안게임과 OECD 세계포럼 등 국제 행사를 성공적으로 개최해온 인천시가 2025년 국내에서 개최되는 에이펙 정상회의 유치에 도전합니다. 인천시는 물력투자, 혁신 디지털 경제, 포용적 지속 가능이라는 에이펙 비전에 가장 부합하는 도시입니다. 스마트시티 시스템 구축으로 국제회의 개최 시 안전과 보안이 우수한 인천시 마이스 시설 분석을 시작합니다. 인천시 마이스 시설은 모두 준비됐습니다. 인천시 산업 인프라 분석을 시작합니다. 인천시 산업 인프라 역시 모두 준비됐습니다. 인천시 관광자원 분석을 시작합니다. 인천시 관광자원 충분히 준비됐습니다. 인천시 데이터 분석 모두 준비됐습니다.
인천의 처음을 위해 완벽하게 준비했습니다. 2025 에이펙 이제는 인천입니다.
Ladies and gentlemen, we are now about to begin with the AGB Summit, so please take your seats. 네, 이제 AGB 서밋이 시작될 예정입니다. 모두 자리에 착석해 주시면 감사하겠습니다. We are now going to begin with the AGB Summit. So ladies and gentlemen, please take your seats. Thank you very much. All right, ladies and gentlemen, we will now proceed with the AGB Summit under the theme, How to Act for a Smart, Healthy, and Resilient Community. And taking the helm as the summit chair is Kim Eun-mi, president of Ewha Women's University. She and also our panelists are already on the stage, it looks like. So let's welcome them with a big round of applause. We're still waiting for one panel member to arrive, so please bear with us with just a moment until we can kick off. All right, ladies and gentlemen, let's welcome our panelists again with a huge round of applause.
Good morning, ladies and gentlemen, distinguished guests, participants. Welcome to the first World Health City Forum, the AGB Summit. My name is In-Mei Kim. I'm the president of Ewha Women's University. It is a great honor to chair the academy, government, business, in short, the AGB Summit at the first World Health City Forum. The summit brings together scholars and experts from academia, representatives from both the central and urban government, and leaders and institutions from business to discuss the challenges of our era that have multifaceted and compounded crises of great magnitude that the world has not experienced before at such a global scale, and to reaffirm our commitment for action. Hence, the theme of our session is how to act for a smart, healthy, and resilient community that is the city. We live in an era of compounded challenges and uncertainties, with foremost among them the pandemic and climate change. The COVID-19 pandemic that began in December 2019 has persisted and transformed into a so-called multi-demic, resulting in a death toll of 7 million and still counting. Climate change, once considered as a distant threat, is now threatening every part of the globe, causing not only natural disasters but also social risks. The magnitude as well as the compounded nature of the multiple challenges are at the root of the problem that we face today. Today's AGB Summit was designed to bring experts to discuss, to find ways to collaborate across academia, business, and government, since the challenges we face are compounded, multifaceted, and immense in size. We must work together to find integrated solutions, and we must work across boundaries for real cooperative action to implement these solutions that we find. Let me introduce our distinguished panelists. President Jeffrey Rifkin of the Foundation on Economic Trends, who just gave an excellent keynote speech, is joining us real-time from Washington, D.C. Two of South Korea's leading corporations has joined the panel, and they represent the energy, health, and housing services and work for the well-being and safety of the people and communities. Senior Manager and Integration Officer of Smart City Innovation Group, Jack Jung of the Hyundai Motor Group, and Vice President Silas Choi of LG Electronics have joined us representing the business community. Commissioner Jin Yong Kim of the Incheon Economic Agency is representing the government. Before we start the summit, I would like to invite the panelists to briefly introduce themselves, starting from my left, Senior Manager Jack Jung. Mr. Jung.
Hi, ladies and gentlemen. Good morning, distinguished guests and participants. Very nice to meet you. I am Jack Jung, Integration Officer and Senior Manager at Smart City Innovation Group at Hyundai Motor Group. Smart City Innovation Group makes efforts in establishing an overall strategic roadmap for implementing and realizing Hyundai Motor Group's smart city visions. We also work closely with governments, both Korean, domestic, or of course international, and our partners overseas, as well as startups, non-governmental organizations, in purpose of deploying and again implementing Hyundai Motor Group's future solutions, especially in the fields of mobility, including transportation and logistics, as well as energy. Again, thank you very much for having Hyundai Motor Group to learn a lot from the forum and to briefly share our visions and thoughts of a healthier and a smarter city. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Vice President Silas Choi,
Good morning. My name is Silas Choi, working in LG Electronics. I am in charge of solution business such as smart home, smart hospital, and network communication solutions. Thank you.
Thank you. Mr. Commissioner Jin-Young Kim.
예, 인천 경제자유구역청장 김진용입니다. 이제 경제자유구역청은 오늘 주제와 관련해서는 우리가 글로벌 바이오 클러스터를 만들어 왔고 또 스마트 시티를 세계에서 이러한 대규모 형태로 만든 건 세계 최초로 알려져 있습니다. 이런 스마트 시티를 만들어 왔고 그 다음에 GCF를 비롯한 국제 기구를 15개를 우리 경제 자유구역에 위치시킴으로 인해서 우리가 이제 앞으로 세계적인 그 글로벌 이슈들을 설정을 하고 또 메시지를 전파를 하고 이런 문제들을 함께 풀어가는데 큰 역할을 할 수 있는 그러한 공간이 되었다는 것을 좀 말씀을 드리고 싶습니다. 이러한 것을 관리하고 있는 경제 자유구역 청장으로 일을 하고 있습니다.
감사합니다. Now, Dr. President of the Foundation on Economic Trends, Dr. Jeremy Rifkin, do you want to introduce yourself? I don't know. Are there any words to introduce yourself properly?
I'm thankful to be here with you folks, and I've been engaged in the question of climate and economic and social paradigm shifts for quite a while, a number of decades, and I think that should do it.
Thank you. Thank you very much for joining us. I know it's getting quite late. Thank you. Let me start with the first question. Let me quote from the late Benjamin Barber. He was an American political theorist and author. He wrote in his 2013 book published by Yale University Press, "If mayors rule the world, dysfunctional nations, rising cities," about the efficacies of cities versus national governments in solving problems. He argued that in the era of globalization, nation states have failed to deal with challenges including climate change, environmental pollution, and refugee issues that transcend national boundaries. He points out that nations, once democracies beacon, are becoming dysfunctional. Instead, we should shift our focus from nation states to cities, from independence to interdependence, and from ideology to problem solving. I'm going to ask the three who are sitting here next to me, and I have a more difficult question for President Rifkin, so hold on. I'm going to ask the three gentlemen sitting next to me. Do you agree with Dr. Barber's argument that cities and city governments can better address global challenges such as the pandemic and climate change than nations and central governments? Mr. Chung.
Yes, thank you, President Kim. Yes, and I thought the first question was going to be much of an icebreaker. I think this question itself is hard to tackle, number one. Yes, it isn't, I believe it isn't difficult to agree that the roles of cities as a unit, the roles will be significantly, I guess, greater or more important. I'm not here to compare which role is more significant, the national government or the city government, but yes, I have no doubt the roles of city governments or the city itself will impact much more in the future, especially due to technologies, the advancement of technologies such as AI, massive data, semiconductors, the social media and whatnot has, I believe, led citizens and furthermore the city to become more delicate, sensitive, more individualized. And in that manner, I guess that kind of led to more specific needs and demands and requirements that to satisfy or even sustain, maintain the citizen of the city itself. And I would like to say Hyundai Motor Group is well aware of those specific needs and are thriving to learn more about the needs of a city and the citizens itself. And that's why we're closely cooperating with the city governments all across the world, trying to learn. And I guess that's one of the reasons why we were invited to this very important and significant forum today as well.
Okay. Vice President Choi, cities or nation states?
I'm not an expert in that subject, but
But in your experience.
yeah, my answer is something like this. I think the role of a city still in the future still very important. However, just we experience a pandemic, and the conclusion, from my point of view, conclusion, decentralization is also important. So each city or the small town should have their own autonomy. By the way, the city role, they should make some infra and policy. We experience pandemic. At least the country should provide the basic policy of the pandemic. So that mutual side of role is important.
Okay.
Can be answered?
Okay, so he's saying being safe and saying that they're both important. Okay. Okay. Commissioner Kim, what is your answer?
네, 우리
National government or city government?
이제 팬데믹과 관련해서 우리가 지난 그 경험을 반추해 볼 때 우리 중앙 정부와 또 시 정부에서 우리가 그 일체적으로 유기적으로 협력을 해서 잘 대처해 왔다라고 하는 것이 한국 정부의 그 대처 방안으로서 세계적으로 이렇게 평가받는다고 생각을 하고 있습니다. 인천 경제자유구역에서도 이게 스마트 시티를 구축하게 가면서 개인의 정보를 많이 집적을 하고 이것을 활용할 수가 있고 또 결국은 팬데믹과 같은 상황에서는 이것을 활용한 정부의 그 어떤 통제, 컨트롤 이 능력을 갖고 있다는 장점이 있는데 또한 그 반면에는 개인의 권리와 프라이버시라고 하는 것이 그 상대적인 그런 가치로 이렇게 작용을 하고 있다고 보여집니다. 그렇다라고 할 때에 우리가 좀 중국과 이렇게 비교해 보면은 중국에서는 정부의 그 컨트롤 능력이 크고 상대적으로 그 인민의 이런 그 권리와 프라이버시가 무시되는 그런 측면이 강했다면 또 유럽과 서양 사회에서는 이제 그 반대의 역할도 많이 나타나고 이렇게 나타났다라고 평가를 할 수가 있습니다. 그 중간 영역에서 한국 정부가 이것을 어떤 정부의 그 신뢰를 바탕으로 해서 잘 대처해 왔다라고 생각하고 있는데 우리 제레미 리프군 박사께서는 어떻게 좀 이런 부분에 대해서 평가를 하고 또 앞으로 세계가 이러한 상황에 닥쳤을 때 어떻게 대처해 나가는 하나의 그 지침 방향에 대해서 어떻게 생각하고 계신지 한번 좀 묻고 싶습니다.
청장님이 보시기에는 중앙 정부하고 이제 지자체 간에 그러니까 팬데믹을 이제 겪고 나오시면서 어디가 더 중요한 역할을 할 수 있고 앞으로 이 균형점을 어디서 봐야 된다고 생각하세요?
앞으로는 이제 중앙 정부와 이제 지방 정부가 특히 이제 어떤 미국과 같은 사회에서는 조금 더 생각과 다를 수가 있지만은 우리가 그 한국에 있어서는 서로 굉장히 유기적으로 연계가 되어 있다. 그래서 어디가 더 중요하냐라고 할 때에 흔히들 도시가 이제 능동적으로 대처해 나가야 된다라고들 이렇게 말을 하지만은 한국과 같은 상황에서 이렇게 봤을 때 이제 도시와 도시 간에도 긴밀하게 연결이 돼 있고 이게 수도권만 해도 2,600만 도시가 살고 있습니다. 이런 것을 할 때는 도시 정부라고 하는 차원에서 보다도 이거와 국가 중앙 정부와 국가가 유기적으로 이렇게 대처해 나가는 것 이것이 더 좋은 방안이 아니냐 이렇게 생각을 합니다.
For the interest of President Rifkin, let me just briefly translate what just transpired here. I think Commissioner Kim was saying that in the Korean context, it was very critical for the central government, the national government, and the city governments to work very closely in a very organic way to cooperate in the past pandemic. and he argues that it's critical as we move forward to prepare for the next pandemic to find ways to facilitate and develop a close, a cooperative, organic way to develop this working relationship. Now, I have a question that is slightly different for you because it's you. You're one of the most influential political thinkers, public speakers, and activists of our time. Your work spans over 6 decades and have really questioned the humanity to address the triple and now multiple challenges of the global economic crisis, energy security, climate change, and now the pandemic. Your 2011 book, The Third Industrial Revolution, How Lateral Power is Transforming Energy, the Economy, and the World, was not only a world bestseller, but it has influenced many, many governments around the world, including the Republic of Korea, to adopt a green growth policy. On May 10th, 2012, you delivered a very powerful keynote address in this country at the Global Green Growth Summit, hosted by the Global Green Growth Institute, or GGGI, in association with OECD and the United Nations Environment Program. And your most recent books include The Green New Deal, Why the Fossil Fuel Civilization Will Collapse by 2028, that's pretty close, and The Bold Economic Plan to Save Life on Earth, which was published in 2019. And in 2022, you published The Age of Resilience, Reimagining Existence on a Rewilding Earth. In these books, you critically challenge us once again to think about the physical boundaries of human, social, urban space versus nature and the environment for sustainability, which you just talked about during your keynote speech. So the question is, while cities have been catalysts for economic growth and social development, some would argue, and I think you do that to a certain extent, that urbanization have caused and contributed significantly to the pandemic and climate change. What are your insights on the role of cities for the pandemic and climate change, and how would we go about to resurrect or creating healthier and more sustainable cities as we move forward?
In 1776, at the dawn of the American Revolution, beginning of the Age of Progress, there were 780 million human beings inhabiting this planet. 780 million. Today, it's 8 billion. What has driven this? Fossil fuels. In other words, we lived off the solar and of the planet for all of history until we discovered stored energy, coal, oil, and gas, from a previous period of history. So we went from 780 million to 8 billion people. And now the average person, as I said before, has half the amount of water available than the average person had 50 years ago. That's the situation. Here's an interesting statistic. For every 1 degree, well, let me just move forward on this for one more moment. For every 1 degree Celsius that the temperature goes up on this planet, it means 1 billion more people are climate refugees. That's what's happening. So now we've got 1 billion, we're heading toward 1 billion. We're now near 1.5 degrees. If we go to 2 degrees, 2 billion. If we go to 3 degrees, 3 billion. That's nearly half the planet. And now the new studies say that at the current course, we're going to go to 4 degrees Celsius. That upwards of 4 billion people who may be potentially climate migrants. We have whole regions now that are warming so fast, the mass migrations here, the Mediterranean. 22 nations, European, Asian, African, all on the Mediterranean ecosystem. And we're seeing the migration because they can't live in these regions anymore. And they're doing whatever they can to get over that Mediterranean Sea to Europe. We're seeing it in Central America and South America, millions of migrants because the climate is too severe. They're moving up north toward the US and Canada. We're beginning to see this around the world. So what I believe is going to happen is we now know that population is going to peak somewhere around mid-century everywhere. We now have most of the developed countries are already declining in population, but the peak is around 2050. And I would say in the next 150 years, that's not a very long time. My dad was born 125 years ago. That's not many generations. I think our population is going to go down because of climate and because of migration. And I think we will probably see somewhere, 200 years from now, perhaps, if we're able to flourish, smaller populations, maybe 2 or 3 billion people. Young people aren't having as many children. We're also going to see changes because we're going to have more migratory life, nomadic life. The last 10,000 years, nice climate, no more nomadic life, settled down, sedentary life, hydraulic civilization, big urban cities, the industrial age. The next period is going to be more migratory life, less sedentary life. We're going to see pop-up cities, ephemeral cities, climate passports, climate corridors. We're hiding from it now, but it's already here. So what I'm trying to do is, in my work with governments around the world, is to say, look, in industries, we got to see a wholesale change in how we live, where we live, and under what circumstances. So I would say we're going to have smaller regional cities, not of 8, 10, and 20 million, but cities of 250, 500,000 people who can actually adapt to their local ecosystem over the next 200 years and see it as a commons that cannot be depleted. For too long, we have seen nature as a resource to be sequestered, propertized, commodified, consumed, and thrown away. So we depleted whole ecosystems. Now we have to move towards smaller cities that are comfortable to maintaining their local ecosystems as commons. And for much of history, we did that. That doesn't mean going back. We have to use the most advanced, what we call complex adaptive system thinking, the new approaches to big data analytics and algorithms. But we also have to be aware that our primary mission is to rewild 1/3 of the planet. That's what the UN has said. That's what our nations have committed to. That's a big deal to do that. So that means that I think as population declines, because young people are going to have fewer babies, and with migration, fewer babies. You can't take 3 children on your back when you're migrating. The good part of this is we're going to probably create a more ability to live in bioregional governments with common ecosystems, and it's going to bring people together. This doesn't have to be a death sentence for our species. This can be what we call a good quality of life, a Spartan but good quality of life, where other things are more important than just getting rich. Half the human race has not done well with the age of progress. They're worse off than when we began. The other half of the human race, most of us in the West, are doing really well. We now have to have a completely different way of understanding our relationship to our ecosystems. You can't have 20 million people devouring some small ecosystem that they rely on, the waters, the lithosphere, the atmosphere. So none of this has to be forced. It's forcing on us because of the hydrosphere is changing. So I think that over the next 5, 6, 7, 8 generations, Korea has shown itself to be a leader. Here's a country, and after World War II, went from total poverty. You've had so many times where you've been occupied, you've been repressed, but you came back and you became a great star and hope for the world. And I think Korea could do that again. There are other countries that might. And I would leave with this last thought on this idea. How does this happen in the real world? My global team has done roadmaps. They're the only ones that have actually done these infrastructure deployments. And here's what we learned. I'll give you one example. There are many regions. Some of you are familiar with the industrial region of France, Hauts-de-France. It's the major industrial region of France, the Rust Belt. So years ago, the premier of the region said, well, will you do a roadmap for us And I said, absolutely not. It's a waste of your time and my time because some minister will have a pilot project and that'll be the end of it. You with me? So what I said is, if you, however, want to go back to the entire region that you are the governor and go to the chambers of commerce, every local mayor, all the universities, all the civil society organizations, and get all of them together, we'll work with you, but you will make the transition to the kind of society that can steward your ecosystem. So usually they don't come back. It's too much work. This particular premier came back. We began a process that involved thousands and thousands and thousands of people developing a roadmap on how this industrial rust belt could rejuvenate its local ecosystem. The universities put together missions, the school systems, everyone. And so over 10 years of deployment, we were there to help, but they did. And what this says is that every region can do this. You need your national government. They have to set up the policies, the guidelines, the general principle directions, the codes, the standards, and then they have to let the local regions come together on their ecosystems and bring thousands and thousands of people together over a period of 10, 20 years. And then you will find a huge amount of what I would say esprit de corps between the central government and the bioregional governments. When there's climate events, everyone has to come out. I mean, if you have a flood or a drought or a wildfire, the entire community comes out. Now it has to be institutionalized. So you prepare, you rescue, you restore, you create resilience. So I guess the long and short of this is the human race is capable. We're very adaptive. If Haute de France and other regions have done this by actually coming together, I'm sure that Korea can be first in show. I'm sure. But your national government has to set the tone, has to set the framework, has to encourage the roadmap, has to set the guidelines. Let the local regions and the local governments steward their ecosystems.
Well, thank you very much. I think our forum where we put the city center may set the stage for a more resilient city, a healthier city, and may allow us to go in that direction. Let's see how we can do that. I'm going to invite the business representatives for the next question. We're going to focus on health. The term health not only encompasses an individual's physical and mental well-being, but implies also holistic well-being to maintain a high quality of life concerning the environment, culture, social prosperity, and balanced ecology. In creating and sustaining the value of well-being, the role of the private sector and business seems to be expanding and gaining more significance than of the government and public sector. In the situation where the safety and well-being of individuals and cities are threatened by disruptions in the global supply chains and lockdowns due to the pandemic, the importance of lifeline services, including electricity, water, communication, transportation, so home services become even more important. Here with us today are the representatives from LG and Hyundai. I would like to invite you to address this issue from these two very important corporations representing South Korea's best. May I invite Mr. Chung first?
Yes, thank you. Allow me to begin my reply with a brief introductory slide of some of Hyundai Motor Group's smart city solutions. Hyundai Motor Group, or Hyundai Motor Company, as its main company, with 50 plus affiliate companies, all gathering its efforts to pursue Hyundai Motor Group's smart city vision. We initially, or our main core of business being a manufacturer of automobiles and also a smart mobility solution provider. Among the many smart city domains, health, education, security, government, we tend to focus more on the three core domains which are transportation and logistics combined. We call it mobility and also energy. Yes, and I am very well aware that health isn't one of the key focuses that I have just mentioned, but the three main principles or ideals or goals that Hyundai Motor Group's Smart City vision pursue are number one, human-centered, number two, coexisting with nature, and number three, embracing the future. And what are these three without health? Especially the first one being human-centered. We believe that health underlies in the three core domains that Hyundai Motor Group, as a automobile manufacturer and a smart mobility solution provider, focuses on. To begin with transportation or movement of people, yes, aside of the commonly known autonomous driving vehicles or advanced area mobility, Hyundai Motor Group also makes efforts in testing or even planning or developing mobility solutions for the transportation, the disabled people, such as the blind people who have difficulties using transportation, even beginning from getting out of their house, even wheelchair accessible vehicles and whatnot. And also we are at work developing PBVs, purpose-built vehicles, to satisfy the different needs that I've been talking about in the first question, to satisfy the detailed and very delicate specific needs of people getting around in the city. And also coming back to the most popular and I guess the common topic, autonomous vehicles as well. Smart City also, not only developing the vehicles itself, we tend to study the infrastructure along with the government entities in academia as well. We, I guess, imagine or look into how the city sculpture, the city scene, or the city infrastructure will change along with the introduction of autonomous driving vehicles. Self-driving vehicles. For example, if cars drive themselves, would the lanes of the roads be able to become, I guess, narrower because more accurate driving? Will we have more parking spaces? Will we have, due to the introduction or the fully electrified vehicles, will we need gas stations where they are now? Does the curb next to the sidewalk, does it have to be lower or higher for people to access vehicles without an actual driver or even someone to help them get on a car? And also, how will this impact the statistics of the city? Whereas there are some assumptions, or I guess, assumptions where autonomous vehicles may lead to a decrease in traffic, especially in heavily trafficked cities such as San Francisco, New York, Seoul, due to autonomous vehicles being able to absorb nearby types or modals of different transportation modes. And also, mobility goes on to the movement of goods, logistics as well. We, of course, with technologies in areas such as logistics, warehouse solutions, robotics and whatnot, we also are working hard to bring a more seamless movement of goods, logistics solutions. Moving on to the third domain, which is energy. Aside of the commonly known hydrogen vehicles and electric vehicles that you already know and enjoy, we also have eco-friendly trucks or buses to pursue and continue to pursue the eco-friendly goals and our carbon neutral goals of Hyundai Motor Group's vision. Not only in our vehicles, but Hyundai Motor Group also are conducting numerous studies with academia and government entities as well as national level institutions for even solutions across the whole value chain, from producing clean hydrogen to storing them, transporting them, and even fueling them into our vehicles or even other facilities as well. This does not stop and goes on to us, Hyundai Motor Group, having to develop more advanced electric vehicle charging solutions as well. And these are the collective efforts that Hyundai Motor Group are mainly focused in. Like I've said, the three domains being transportation, logistics, and energy. But I would like to end my reply with, we have a long way to go. And if I may refer to Dr. Rifkin's keynote speech saying people being a cooperative species, number one, the future solutions that I have briefly introduced, well, we can't do this alone, of course. And number two being, these are only the three domains within a vast collection of domains that kind of sum up smart cities or even health cities. So we have a long way to go, and we would like to, I guess, pursue that journey with the academia and government entities as well. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Now may I turn to Vice President Choi of LG Electronics, which is a global home service company ranging from appliances to lifestyle services. So, Vice President Choi, your LG's plans about smart and healthy cities, please.
I prepared an introduction video. Could you play on?
Hey there! You probably know LG for our world's best appliances. And you're right. For decades, our uniquely innovative products have been changing your home life. But did you know? We're already going well beyond that to bring all our innovations together to open up new possibilities and change the home itself. Let me show you how. Like all good things, the idea is quite simple. It's all about unlocking the power of connectedness by integrating all those AI-empowered, IoT-enabled appliances with your home, so they can all work together intelligently to do so much more for you. Set routine to automate multiple operations in one go. Like when you're coming home after a long day and you want everything set to just how you like it. Connect up your AC units and air purifiers with air quality sensors around your house and even weather feeds from the cloud. When you next need to freshen up, your home will know exactly what to do. Even taking care of all these connected appliances is made trouble-free with our proactive customer care that helps you get the most out of your products. From personalized tips and maintenance reminders to alerts that prevent problems in advance, Smart is all about staying ahead. Of course, getting all this to work is effortless thanks to simple and intuitive control with our LG ThinQ app, a smart platform for smart lifestyle, which gives you full control and insight over every aspect of your smart home, wherever you are. And with LG ThinQ, control is a truly interactive process of personalization, with its evolving intelligence learning about you and your living pattern, so your home adapts to your lifestyle, not the other way around. Because optimization, at the end of the day, should always be about you.
Begin by producing your own electricity. Store your electricity in home ESS until peak hours. Convert it to heating or air conditioning. Plug it back into the main grid, or better yet, just leave it all to LG ThinQ Home and its predictive intelligence to work out the optimal combination. And we're talking real intelligence here, even when the going gets a little tough, like when the main grid goes down. Simply let LG ThinQ Home do its magic with its AI-powered optimization. And fine-tune your energy consumption. And voila! Saving energy is literally a breeze. Of course, from AC and TV to pool pumps and even electric vehicles, it shouldn't matter if it's from LG or one of our growing network of partners, because you should be free to choose whatever suits you best. Our job is simply to make sure your home runs the most efficient, most economic, and most sustainable power recipe at all times, come what may. So you're right, LG Think You Home is one smart home solution, probably the best you'll get. But at the same time, it's so much more than that. It's about a new and different way of living, enabled by the latest in AI and connectivity, taking care not just of yourself and your family, but also of the whole community, the planet Earth, and our shared future. 'Cause, you know, when we say innovation for a better life, we mean better for everyone and in every way. And that's LG Think You Home, a truly smart home for a truly better life.
LG Electronics doing smart home business. We think about the smart home, the three aspects. The first one, it is the convenient, and the second one is the healthcare, and the third one is energy saving. So today I want to just introduce LG digital healthcare first. We are doing digital healthcare business, focusing on the two stage, the before going to hospital and after the coming from hospital, two stages. That stage happened in home, probably. So before going to hospital, it can be prevention, and after the coming from a hospital can be aftercare service. So nowadays we just developing at-home care service. It's the naming service of a name. So we just provide the many different kind of data from a hospital to our customer as a patient, and we can gather the vital data from the patient and hand over to hospital. At that time, not only just vital data, but the environmental data as well, such as temperature, humidity, that kind of data of home. Also, we can just transfer to a hospital. And that the vital data and the environmental data can be a lifelog data, and that can be just utilized for any kind of the research of healthcare the sectors. So that is the business area, and we are doing smart city business as well in the overseas. Firstly in Korea, we are doing with our just affiliate company, system integrator LG CNS together. We are doing smart Sejong City project and Busan Eco Delta City project as well. In overseas, we are doing Indonesia, Saudi Arabia, and Vietnam as well. So our just focus on smart city, it is the convenience and digital healthcare and energy, three aspects. And as you know, just LG stands for Life's Good, right? So our just world health, smart health city linked to the brand image, Life's Good.
Thank you. We started a little late, so I don't think we have that much time. So I am very sorry, but I'm going to ask Commissioner Kim to be very brief in the remarks. Songdo Smart City has been very important, actively involved in the development of Songdo as an international city. Your leadership has been very important. So could you share your insights how you have built Incheon Songdo as a global international city, your leadership, I think, will be very important to share so that other cities can benchmark as a safe, healthy, and sustainable city. 인천 송도 도시를 이렇게 개발하는데 굉장히 중요한 역할을 하셨기 때문에 다른 도시들이 오늘 이제 좀 오셔서 벤치마킹 하시는데 아마 청장님 말씀을 듣는 게 굉장히 중요할 것 같은데 시간이 많지 않아가지고 아주 에센스만, 엑기스만 쫙 뽑아서 해주시면 더욱 감사하겠습니다.
Okay, as I told you, our city was, so IFES was reclaimed in this area from the mud flat. And then so with the 123 square kilometers. And then without any obstacle to construct our city, we were able to proceed with our project. The aims of our smart city is safety and efficiency and convenience. We initiated the project with as a ubiquitous city. Ubiquitous as God is omniscient, omnipotent, and omnipresent. The ubiquitous means that we are able to, where something happens, what is happening. And so we can, construct this city, we were able to collect a lot of information, and then we can share that information with the community, and then we can provide that information to the police, and then the agency, or the health agency. Our city, smart cities, makes, I think, makes contribute to our city, it's a sustainable city, and also with the smart city, we have made our city global bio cluster, and so with those the achievements, so we can provide and also contribute to the development of our city as a sustainable city. Yeah. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that. Let me now ask all the panelists the final question. In the early days of the COVID-19 pandemic, the world washed in great disparity that the international organizations were not able to address the global pandemic. The UN, WHO, and many other international organizations seemed unprepared to deal with the magnitude of the pandemic. In the past pandemics, the global north and international organizations appear to be more ready to help, in particular the global south. But this time, the pandemic hit almost all the countries all at once. Countries in the global north were hit as well. So they appeared not to be ready to help the global south in the early days. International organizations were not prepared. WHO was paralyzed in the early days, unfortunately. They did come back and were able to be an important player. Let me put the question to the panelists. As we know, as Dr. Rifkin said during his keynote, we know that the next pandemic is coming. We know that it's going to be different, but we know it's coming. It may be much bigger in magnitude. It's going to come quicker than the distance between this one and the last pandemic. In this forum, we're talking about cooperation among people, cooperation among cities. Do we still need international organizations, international governance to play a major role? Or are we going to see another way of governance among cities? Do we need to invent a new system? Yes or no? And why is your answer? Let me start with Dr. Rifkin first.
Well, this is pretty interesting final question because it gets to the heart of our economic system. What went wrong here? So the pandemic struck, and all of a sudden, all over the world, people were saying, where are the ventilators? Where's the medicine? Where's the food? Where are the masks? And what we learned from this is that the way our economic system operates was the problem. And the fact is that in our corporate world, and I spend my time in the corporate world, we always believe you have to be lean, because if you're lean, you can bring more revenue back to your investors every quarter. So we don't want to have too much redundancy in our companies. We don't want to have too big of a redundant workforce because we can't send enough revenue back to the investors. We don't want to have backup logistics supply chains, because that redundancy means we can't get more revenue back to the investors. We can't have logistics chains that are convertible. So what happened is that the nature of the system is you got to show that revenue every quarter. Now, in nature, it works totally different. Nature is always about redundancy, not about anything else. So in nature, you have a lot of redundancy built into the ecosystem. So if there is some kind of a crisis, there is enough redundancy in that ecosystem to be resilient, which means to adapt. So the lesson we're learning here is that we've got to kind of turn this around and be able to build in a much more diverse logistics and supply chain. We have to have a labor force that can adapt in a moment's notice to crisis. We have to have more localization along with globalization. We're going to have more regional ability to do things. It doesn't mean that we're going to just do onshoring. We're still going to have a global world, but we're going to have to change our economic system. For one thing, quarterly statements are a killer. I work with businesses all over the world. Every quarter, that CEO has to show more revenue to the investors, even if they know they're hollowing out their company and it's becoming so lean they can't adjust to changing economic conditions. Maybe they should get rid of the quarterly statement. And I know a lot of CEOs I work with in Fortune 500 companies say right on, because they have to build an infrastructure and a system that's redundant, that allows them to have a lot of options in case there's a crisis. And that requires a rethinking of how we work on markets and what our investors should expect from companies. I think that's a big question you asked. And in the age of resilience, I deal with that quite a bit in the book. And I think it's going to be difficult for some investors to hear that, but for the global companies I work with, they understand what I'm talking about.
Thank you very much. Now, let me go in the different order. Commissioner Kim.
It's listed our society. One of the characteristics of our society is the connectedness, which means that interrelation, interaction, and interdependence are very, should be considered important. So, not as between the geographical space, but also the institutions and some entities are very important to connect and interact and is interdependent. How to deal with some coming danger and crisis, and then that depends on how to preparedness and also our collaboration ability. Yeah.
Vice President Choi.
It is very difficult question for me. And I can say that it is not my company's opinion, it is my personal opinion. And back to the first stage of COVID-19, it was January 2020. At that time, I think information sharing was very important. The Chinese government, I'm not sure, they just didn't open the whole information to other countries. So information sharing is very important at the time. So somewhat the global organization should have some roles to resolve this kind of issue.
Mr. Chung?
Yes, to begin with answering the question directly, I do believe there will be, or we do need, a different kind of governance or structure or system among cities in the future, especially given the experience that Hyundai Motor Group has in its attempt to implement and deploy its future mobility solutions and energy solutions globally, and also trying to learn from the citizens in different cities around the world. We have learned that cooperation between cities is, I can't emphasize this enough, is very crucial due to two very opposite reasons. One being cities are very different from each other, and number two being cities are very similar to each other. For example, a lot of cities in similar regions share the same climate, the temperature, form of government, or have same needs in terms of infrastructure or even fighting poverty or whatnot. And at the same time, all cities share the common, other cities in different regions have different climates, different needs, different requirements and whatnot. And at the same time, all cities need basic mobility infrastructure and whatnot. And so, again, emphasizing the cooperation and communication between cities will, I guess, inevitably become more significant in the future. And I believe that companies such as ourselves and the academia has to play their part in kind of pushing through the communications and making that happen between cities, of course, along with the cooperation with the government as well.
I want to thank all the panelists. I would like to end with one thought. I hope we don't forget those who have not yet recovered from the COVID-19 pandemic. I am reminded of the young children who live in our urban slums, who live in disadvantaged surroundings, and in particular in the global south, because they could not go to schools. They lost their education, they lost their school meals, which meant that they lost their nutrition and have gone into stunting, which is a permanent loss in their lives. So the COVID-19 pandemic may be over for most of us living in the global north and in many parts of the world, but it's still an ongoing problem. So I hope we do not forget that. But I go back to what President Rifkin said about the blue planet that the astronauts saw from the moon. Blue symbolizes hope. So I hope, in spite of the pandemic, in spite of the difficulties and challenges that we have talked about today, the blue planet hopefully will give us hope in the future. Thank you very much, the audience and the panelists. Thank you.
Thank you very much for that informative and interesting discussion. I think our AGB Summit panelists deserve another huge round of applause. Thank you very much. And with this, we conclude day one of the forum. After lunch, we ask for your active participation in the various sessions which start at 1 p.m. And our esteemed guests, please follow the instruction of our staff and proceed to the lunch venue. And also speakers, please join us at the speaker lunch venue, which is located in the adjacent Grand Ballroom C, please. So that's for the speakers, the speaker lunch venue at the adjacent Grand Ballroom C. So thank you very much, everyone. This has been your MC Suwa Kwon, and enjoy your lunch. Thank you.
파크를 산책하고 레포츠를 즐기기 좋은 화창한 날씨이며 2025년 에이펙 인천 유치 도전을 발표하는 날입니다. 인천 아시안게임과 OECD 세계포럼 등 국제 행사를 성공적으로 개최해온 인천시가 2025년 국내에서 개최되는 에이펙 정상회의 유치에 도전합니다. 인천시는 물력투자, 혁신 디지털 경제, 포용적 지속 가능이라는 에이펙 비전에 가장 부합하는 도시입니다. 스마트시티 시스템 구축으로 국제회의 개최 시 안전과 보안이 우수한 인천시 마이스 시설 분석을 시작합니다.
Attention please, once again, the program is about to start. Please be seated. Thank you. 다시 한번 주목해 주십시오. 곧 프로그램을 시작하니 착석하여 주시기 바랍니다. 감사합니다. Ladies and gentlemen, the program is about to begin. Please be seated and kindly turn your mobile off or switch it to silent mode through the event. Your cooperation and attention are highly appreciated. 여러분, 프로그램을 곧 시작하오니 착석하여 주시기 바랍니다. 또한 회의가 진행되는 동안 휴대폰을 꺼주시거나 무음으로 바꿔주시기 바랍니다. 여러분의 협조와 관심에 감사드립니다. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Byung-hee Jung, the moderator of this forum and Deputy Director of Chronic Disease Control Division of the KDCA. Before we begin the forum, I would like to quickly go through the program as follows. The forum will be opened with congratulatory speech by Professor Nore Park from University of Inje, and continued with 5 presentations focused on health inequality issue. For the next, the panel discussion will be 안내 말씀드립니다. 그 연자분이 조금 그 착석이 지연되는 관계로 한 약간 5분 정도 지연될 예정입니다. 다시 한번 시작할 때는 다시 한번 안내 말씀드리겠습니다. 감사합니다. Good afternoon, ladies. Good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. My name is Byung-hee Jung, team moderator of this forum and deputy director of Chronic Disease Control Division of the KDCA. Before we begin the forum, I would like to quickly go through the program as follows. The forum will be opened with congratulatory speech by Professor Norae Park from University of Inje, and continued with 5 presentations focused on health inequality issues. For the next, the panel discussion will be proceeded. This forum will be ended by the ending remarks by the chair. Ladies and gentlemen, we will begin the forum titled Strategies to Tackle Health Inequalities at the Community Level and Best Practice. First of all, Professor Norae Park from Graduate School of Public Health Inje University will deliver congratulatory speech. Professor Park has devoted her lifetime to training professionals in Korea public health sector. Furthermore, as a representative of survey institution of the Korea Community Health Survey, she has a wealth of experience and insight in community level of public health in Korea. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Professor Park.
Good afternoon, all of you. It is very nice to see such a beautiful city in Songdo. I am Norae Park, distinguished professor, Inje University School of Public Health, also the cooperation director of the community survey conducted by Korean Disease Control and Prevention agencies. First of all, I would like to welcome both national and international participants, those who are interested in Fourth Health City Forum, Community Health Party discussion session. And then, in addition, I would like to thank Dr. Yeon-chol Hong, chairman of the Fourth Health Forum, and Dr. Hae-rim Shin, who served the moderator of this afternoon 2 sessions. And also, I'd like to thank Ho Byung-hwang, director of the Chronic Disease Division, KDCA, and Sun-jin Cho, Professor Ewha University, Kwang-gi Kim, Inje University School of Public Health, Naoki Kondo, Kyoto University from Japan, Dr. S.P. Subramanian, Harvard University from USA. And they are so detailed presentation in this afternoon. I thought, and next, but we have so many disparity programs. Also, discuss about this afternoon, different way to this. I think we have many disparity programs. For example, the disparity of the programs and present situation is distribution of the healthcare facility and manpower, quality of the care, accessibility program, when we have an extent situation, preventive education to the general public, level we are very poor, some areas inadequate. For example, Republic of Korea, we have 69,570 medical care facilities around the country, but still people are struggling to complain about accessibility program. They get the extent situation. That's why we are here to discuss about those programs. But there's a will, there's a way. We are willing to solve this, so there's a way. I always like Aristotle's quote, well begun is half done. In this sense, today's Fourth Health City Forum will reduce half of the community party, and it became a keystone. I hope today's meeting will be most fruitful time in our life. Thanks again, and see you soon, Korea or any part of the world. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Park. From now on, the first session of our forum, including 5 presentations, will be started and facilitated by the chair, Dr. Harim Shin. Dr. Shin was the director of NCD and health through the life course DNH for almost 3 years, including as the acting director of DNH, and was working as the coordinator of the NCD unit in Wipro for 8 years. In addition, she has served as an advisory reporter for the Alliance for Healthy Cities since 2010. Recently, she is working at Korea Foundation for International Healthcare as a director after retirement from WHO Wipro in 2021. Ladies and gentlemen, please welcome Dr. Shin.
Thank you, Mr. Jung, for a kind introduction of me. Hi, everybody. This afternoon, we will have a session, as Professor Bang mentioned, the strategy to tackle health inequality at the community level. And then we will have some presentation about best practices in Korea, too. Now, I would like to call upon the first speaker, Mr. Hang Ho-pyong from the Division of Chronic Disease Control Director, KDCA. Where's Mr. Hwang? Yeah, please. And before his presentation, I would like to say something about that. Our speakers will have 10 minutes for Korean speakers and 15 minutes for foreign speakers. And then we will have a panel discussion after the 5 speakers. Mr. Hwang, please.
Good afternoon. I am Hang Ho-pyong, the Director of Division of the Chronic Disease Control Division, KDCA. I would like to start my presentation with a quick introduction about the major division related to NCD control and prevention in KDCA. KDCA has the Department of Chronic Disease Prevention and Control, including 4 divisions. These divisions are working on national and community level health survey, chronic disease surveillance, and analysis program and prevention and management program for major NCDs, such as hypertension and diabetes. In addition, the National Institute of Health, which is a part of KDCA, also carry out scientific research on NCDs. The Ministry of Health and Welfare, MOHW, also play a key role for NCD control and management. The MOHW are working on health promotion, cancer control, mental health control, rare disease control, oral health, and CVD. Ministry of Education and Ministry of Environment also drive NCD policy dealing with adolescent health and environment health hazard issues. This slide is about the current status of NCD in Korea. As you can see, NCDs are the leading cause of death in Korea. Especially cancer and CVD are the first and second cause of Korean deaths. NCDs are causing economic burden too. That is about 82% of the total medical cost in 2021 came from the NCDs. Korea is one of the countries having high life expectancy, that is about 80-30 years old in 2020. However, healthy life expectancy of Korea is slightly over 70 years old. As you can see, around 10 years gap between two indicators exist in Korea. Due to this circumstance, KDCA has tried to find a way to reduce NCD-related national burden and improve quality of life among Koreans. For achieving this goal, KDCA has these 5 strategies. Especially, KDCA has the national and community level of health survey, namely Korean National Health and Nutrition Examination Survey, Korea Community Health Survey, KCHS, and Korean Youth Risk Behavior Survey to monitor Koreans' lifestyle and health conditions. I would like to explain about the KCHS more to mention community level of health disparities. In the 2008, KDCA started to conduct KCHS through 16 provinces and 251 countries, which are whole administrative area of Korea at that time. The objective of KCHS is to improve the level of community health and decrease health disparities among communities. We have also tried to support evidence-based community health promotion programs and policies by providing the KCHS data at the provincial and sub-provincial level. This is about the operation system of the KCHS. As you can see, from the KDCS to around 1,200 interviewers, many organizations are involved in this survey. Here are the KCHS core questions for family and individual survey. The number of survey questions of this year was 145, and based on these questions, we produced 106 indicators such as current smoking rate or alcohol use rate. KDCA has published community health statistics at a glance, including health data of all provinces every year. The 258 sub-provinces also published their own community health statistics. The KCHS database-based information is provided through the website for a variety range of users. From this slide, I'm going to talk about the current status of health disparities that can be identified through the KCHS. The first indicator that I wanted to show you is the current smoking rate. When you look at the GIS graphic from 2013 to 2022, we can identify the current smoking rate has been improved. However, upper graphic tells us that the size of gap gap between highest and lowest rate is different over the 17 provinces. High-risk drinking rate has been similar pattern with the current smoking rate. And participation rate of physics activity has slightly improved over the past 10 years. Furthermore, we identified several provinces that has a huge gap between active and inactive sub-provinces. As you can see, the GIS graphics, obesity rate has increased in almost every provinces. Several provinces also show us a big gap between the sub-provinces. We believe that the local government make an effort to reduce health disparities that are identified through the KCHS data. However, many local governments could not resolve their problems for themselves due to the limited budget and knowledge issues. Because of this local circumstance in 2017, KDCA launched the project for supporting sub-provinces having low level of health compared to other sub-provinces. For the selected sub-province, KDCA and local government provide financial support. With this support, the sub-province try to find the cause of health problem, develop and implement on intervention, and assess the effect of the intervention. After finishing the 3-year support, the sub-province is encouraged to continue to program with their own resource. The project includes three types of model. The first type is to identify a cause of health disparity of the selected sub-province with a comparison group and develop an intervention program. The second type is to identify a cause of health problem in the selected sub-province through in-depth research and suggest an effective way to solve the problem. The third type focuses on Upmyeondong, which is the smallest administrative area in Korea. In this model, we can identify the cause of health disparity among the area and develop intervention to reduce the disparity. Since we started the project, a total of 42 regions have participated in the project. Among these, 20 regions have completed their project, and in 22 regions, the project is ongoing. Here are the key considerations for implementing the project. First, various community members should be involved in the project. This is because the community members are the most important resource to identify the cause of health problems and find solutions. Next, we need to build a linkage system among community, government, research institution, and keep operating the system for administrative and technical support. Lastly, it is important to support continuously the region completing the 3-year project for keeping on their project. For example, central government provides financial and technical support, while local government provide institutional foundation and try to secure the budget. Based on the experience and knowledge that we have had so far, KDC are going to focus on the third type of the project. This is because the third type is more effective model to make active participation of local government compared to the other 2 types. Also, we are going to provide technical support systems such as operating advisory group to local government, where hoping to reduce health disparities. That's all for the explanation.
Thank
you
you
for
Mr.
your attention.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Sorry that I interrupt you because of the time is over. And your presentation is very well, and because of our Korea's NCD or including any health survey, surveillance and monitoring system is quite excellent. And then he also including the future plans for the health disparity reduction project. Thank you again, Mr. Hwang. And now I would like to invite second speaker, Mr. Naoki Kondo. He is a professor of the Department of Social Epidemiology, Graduate School of Medicine and School of Public Health, Kyoto University from Japan. Dr. Kondo, please. Yeah. Could you keep the 15 minutes for your presentation?
Hi, good afternoon, everyone. Thank you for introducing me. So I'm Naoki Kondo from Japan, and I'm a professor of social epidemiology. So I would like to share some of the experience of Japanese government and local government and researchers' collaborative work about reducing health disparities. Okay, so as you may know, that the WHO recommend 3 things to tackle the social determinants of health issues and reducing health disparities. One is to improve daily living conditions. And to do so, we need to strengthen the governance and involving lots of non-health sectors as well. And to do so, we also need to conduct health equity assessment based on the measurement of the quantitative data about health disparity. So my talk is about have 2 sessions, and one is about Japan's recent health promotion policies about reducing health disparity. And it's like a journey of 20 years of experience in Japan. And also we focus on the data-driven community-based interventions based on those national governmental policies. And also some, additional things to promote the community actions to reduce health disparity using some types of business models. This is too close to see my slides, so maybe I need to see this slide. Okay, so Japanese management of health promotion using the descriptive quantitative data started from 2001, when Japan started the Health Japan 21. And this year, the government started to set up 9 fields about the target of health promotion and start managing the activity by the quantitative data and setting the goals. And after the 10 years, so that first 10 years was not so much successful. So they couldn't achieve lots of goals. So why then the government at that time witnessed that new concerns for health disparity exist. So the next 10 years, so the government started to set up the goal adding the goal of reducing health disparity in addition to the extending healthy life expectancy also. Just focusing on not only the average health, but also disparities. And to do so, the government stressed about improving the quality of social environment as well, in addition to just providing the individualistic recommendations to improve your health behaviors. After the 10 years, so the life expectancy constantly improved, and also the health disparity also reduced to some extent. But in the final committee for the second term, Health Japan 21, also said that despite the steady improvement in healthy life expectancy, but we still have some health disparities across prefectures. So we need to do more effective way of reducing health inequality. And the discussions concluded the more stress to making the good social environment. For example, like making more social ties or social capital, and improve the access to health promoting opportunities. Then improving the quality of the social environment, more stress on the environment, and making cities in which people can enjoy the healthy life in natural. So what have done in that kind of activities in the community settings? Before in the first 10 years, so the government and many local, specialists focus on the individualistic approach. So the first time it's like a more medical model. That means the identify the high-risk people by health checkup and provide some health promoting opportunities like training or exercising, those things. But the older people doesn't want to be checked for their health status. Not so many people do so. So this kind of strategy doesn't successful so much. Then the government shifted the main strategy for more social model, so making good environment. And this is the current Japanese model and the central model for the older adults care, which is called the community-based integrated care system. So that is promoting the partnerships among care providers, citizens, and other community resources so that the local people can enjoy the healthy life within the community they are living in. The partnerships not only between the special care providers, but also the resident, the local residents as well. Okay. So, for example, the current municipality government are very eager to expand this system, this activity. It's called Kayoinova, or community salon programs. The volunteer older people run the community social gathering places by their own. And just the older people who are, for example, like living alone, can go easily to those community salons. Then just enjoy the social interactions, not necessarily to do something, like a physical training or those things, just play games or crafting or those things. Then our intervention study revealed that participation in this community salon halved the risk for the long-term care needs. So that's the quite massive impact. So I was doubt about this, this is too big impact. So what happened? The secret was that the socially vulnerable people are more likely to participate in that kind of activity compared to the previously done, like training programs or those things. You can see that the low-income people are more likely to go to the salon activities. So that may be the reason, one of the reasons. So socially vulnerable people are likely to have more risk to be frailty. So this kind of activity can reach to those people. So that can contribute to the reducing health disparity. And the local government, how local government manage this kind of activities. You cannot make the salons at the same time in all regions. So you need to prioritize the places for the intervention and supporting the local people's activities. So this is a case by the Kobe city. Kobe city is a huge city in Japan, and it's famous for the Kobe beef, so you may know the name of the city. And so the vertical, each row means its community district name within the Kobe city. And each column means some indicators, for example, like long-term care risks and community resources to address the risks. Then the colored those indicators by the rank. And then you can see remarkably that some areas have very high risk and low resources. So there is so much gap. So you can see that this area should be prioritized for the interventions. So this is quite an easy way to show what you should be prioritize for the local municipality practitioners. They are very busy. So you need some good tool like this. This figure also shows another heat map showing the changes in the indicator by regions. You can see this area is quite bad about the achievement. So that you can see that this should be prioritized. So actually, for example, in the Matsuura city, this is a very small city in Kyushu Island. So the public health nurse made some attractive figure based on those data, community diagnosis that we call, and share the information with local residents. Then local residents noticed that there are so many people who suffer from, in this case, it's like frail older people and who are lonely, living alone at the area, and who doesn't have opportunity to go shopping because this is quite very local area. There is no retail stores anymore. Then the local people started their actions by themselves and established a new salon program. So there are some spillover effect after that. Mobile shop was back. Before that, this area, there are huge speed of depopulation, so the mobile shop stopped coming here. Then, after that, public health nurse called the mobile shop. So someday, for example, like every Monday, they have some social gatherings, activities in some public space. So you can come and you can sell a lot. Then, the local people enjoy shopping as well. So this is one case of successful case, and we doubted that this, effective way of utilization can be the good model for all the municipalities or not. So we conducted some quasi-experimental study and published 2 papers. And the data was based on our project. It's called the Japan Gerontological Evaluation Study, which was a longitudinal study we started from 2010, involving more than 100,000 older people worldwide in Japan. And so we provided its so-called community diagnosis sheet for all municipalities that provides the information about the sub-regional level status of health conditions and social resources to address it, those things. But most municipalities cannot use this kind of data in an efficient way. So for the half of the municipality, we provided some extra support to utilize the community diagnosis data, and especially using the data to communicate with other sectors, non-health sectors, and discuss about what they can do for the local people and how to prioritize the regions for those things. For the latter half, another half, we just provided the community diagnosis data and see what happened for 3 years. And for some local area, This is another small city in Kyushu. It's called Mifune Town. So the public health nurse have some, local committee. It's kind of town meetings with the local area, and share the data with local citizens. And they also noticed the problems by themselves and started some new actions like this. The local citizens launched new activity for the community revitalizing community, a community revitalizing committee, like that. Then they started new salons. This area already has the salon programs, but still they have lots of older people who are living homebounded. It's like a social withdrawal status. Then they noticed that we need more, more fun type salons, so that can, invite more lonely people as well. Then they utilized the local abandoned primary school. That was the school that these older people went when they were childhood, and started new school-type salons. And in the lunchtime, they also provided school lunch, funded by the fund from another non-health sectors. It's like a farming promotion department, like that. Okay, let's go. Oh, sorry. And this kind of activity was also theorized by the community organizing, and it's called Community Coalition Action Theory. For example, in this time, the support agency supported one key sector which can promote the coalition across without various sectors. Then the members of the coalition can build more skills for policy planning, leadership assessment, and partnership building. Then collaborative synergy is emerging and developing, and community capacity is increasing, and some healthy actions are happening, and health equity can be achieved, like that. What happened after 3 years? The social participation of older people in the intervention community is increasing compared to the control communities. So the activity actually increased the social participation. And the important thing is that is effective not only for rich people, but also the poor people too, low-income people. And also the mortality reduced compared to the control group in intervention community in men. And similarly, the effect was not different by income levels. So far, so this data-based community building activity can be effective in reducing health disparities, or at least you can provide some effective intervention to socially vulnerable people as well. Then the national government tried to promote this kind of activity more, and now established the new incentivizing policy for the local government. And the central government asked the local community to send the performance indicators. It's like 30 or 40 indicators. And the central government calculates the total score and pay back according to the score. So the municipality government they like to provide the data and to get the incentive and the payment back. And the central government can manage what kind of activity is effective and controlling the local behavior by changing the weight of the performance indicators by its topics, or like that. So this is like a data-based, like a harmonized communication system between the central government and the local government. So we need better governance rather than the government. So a more horizontal way of the communication across organizations beyond the health sectors.
And the data is quite powerful to connect those organizations making the governance. And the incentivizing program to promote those autonomic and innovative action is very important in my thinking. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Professor Kondo. I just wondering about when you showed your slide, you just mentioned the Health Japan 21 about the fourth term. But however, in the slide, you also include Health Japan 21 second term, 2013 to 2022. So is it a mistake or what does it mean that you just mentioned the fourth term Health Japan 21, not the second term?
It's second.
Yeah.
Sorry, that might be wrong. Yeah, that it was second term.
Oh yeah, second term.
Thank you.
And thank you. I also heard that you have a better result among the lower income groups, and then from the longitudinal study, you have a good outcome of the mortality. Thank you very much for your achievement. Thank you. Now, let's move to the third speaker. Dr. Subramanian from Harvard University.
Thank you. Thank you, everyone, for coming to this session, and thank you to Professor Hong and Dr. Juan Oh for inviting me to this conference, and also to the Korean Center for Disease Agency for incorporating me into this session. Do I? How do I move the slide? Oh, okay. So what I'm going to talk about today back. I aim here, okay. So I'm going to talk today about a program in India which was focused on, it was called aspirational districts. So out of the 700 districts in India, about 100 of them were selected for a more intense intervention. And I want to sort of just share some findings from that. How did that fare vis-a-vis the SDG indicators that currently we are mapping or assessing the progress of the same? I just want to acknowledge a few people here who were involved with this work. So broadly speaking, public policy practice, I feel, has kind of three questions that we tend to have to answer in one form or the other. One is, how do we decide which policy should be prioritized and which one should get focus, which one should be the one picked up for intervention, because there are so many issues and it's really important. So that's number one. The second is what populations should be prioritized for whatever we choose to be the issues. So, and then finally, whatever once we pick those two questions, then the substantive focus is on what should be the content of the intervention that we should sort of come up with to improve that particular outcome. In this particular talk, I'm just going to focus on number 1 and 2. Number 1 being the SDG indicators on population health and social determinants of health, and then, but mostly my focus would be on number 2. How to prioritize populations, and in this particular case, did a program work? So more specifically, I'm just going to sort of talk about 2 aims. First, to assess the progress on 33 SDG indicators. These are the Sustainable Development Goals indicators, largely from the domains of population health and social determinants of health in 700 plus districts of India. I'll talk about what these mean. And then additionally, I'm just also going to assess this one program that was started called the Aspirational Districts Program, and whether that improved these indicators at a faster rate compared to the non or other districts. So just to give you the audience who are not familiar with the Indian policy landscape, district as a unit is a very important unit in India. There are about 722 of them. And each district is headed by a sort of a CEO, you could say, who's appointed, okay, through the civil service. So they pass civil service exams, a very difficult exam, and then they join in, and then they eventually become the district collector or magistrate. Think about them as the district CEO. They're in charge of that district, from everything from law and order to delivering on development. So there's a very powerful unit and office, and that is also the unit where it's the sort of the most decentralized form of administration. So there is a central administration, there is a state administration, and right down at the district level, there's a full-fledged administration. So it's a very important decentralized unit, and it is also at that unit where the district CEO could look at some national programs and accordingly customize based on the needs for the population. So it's a very important unit. Of course, in the case of India, you can imagine there are about 780 districts, and districts keeps getting created for more efficient governance, etc. But still, on average, a district will have about 1 million people, about 1,000 villages, so in the case of a rural area. But at the same time, it's still a very useful unit because it is extremely influential and powerful. So of those 782 districts, the current Prime Minister of India, under his administration launched this program called the Aspirational Districts Program. And the idea behind the Aspirational Districts Program, as it's said in the first bullet point, to quickly and effectively transform about 100 plus most underdeveloped districts across the country. And they broadly focused around 4 areas: health and nutrition, education, and they were clearly informed at that time by the broader SDG framework of which India is a signatory. And we had a data set that 2 waves of data set on the same districts, so it gives us a very unique opportunity to see whether an area-focused program, a very comprehensive, integrated area-focused program allows to gain some momentum to achieving the goals. And I'm not going to go into detail. We have about 33 SDG indicators. They come from the Demographic Health Survey data. The indicators themselves are about 33. They come from about 9 SDG goals. So one of them is no poverty. We have 3 indicators within that. We have also indicators under zero hunger, which is SDG 2 covered. We have a bunch of indicators under the good health and well-being on the third SDG 3. We have also, on 4, we don't have anything in the data set, but SDG 5, which is explicitly on gender equality, we have few indicators. And then on clean water and sanitation or access to basic services, we have those few. Energy, affordable and clean energy, we have a couple of variables from that. I think the last 2 are decent work and economic growth, SDG number 8, and finally 1 indicator from the SDG 16. So of the 17 SDG indicators, there are 200 of the SDG goals. There are 200 plus indicators. We have 33 of them from these 9 SDG goals. That's the last one, sorry. So there's one on SDG 17 as well, on connectivity. Okay, I'm going to skip through this slide, the next 3 slides. Basically, we have 2 waves of data, and we had to do certain things to make them comparable, et cetera, et cetera. So I'm going to skip through that and basically say for each district, we were able to assign a status. Okay, and a district could fall in one of the 4 categories on a given indicator. So we could say that on a given indicator, a district could have already achieved it. So that's achieved 1. By 2021, they have already achieved the target. and they will stay achieved in terms of the status by 2030, based on how they performed in the last 5 years. Achieved 2 are districts that have achieved the target by 2021, but in the last 5 years, they experienced a decline, like a worsening. So that status can get undone. That's achieved number 2. And then we have a third set, which is a district is on target based on what happened in the last 5 years and their current levels to meeting the target by 2030. And then finally, we have the district that could be off target. They have not met their goal in 2021, and based on the last 5-year performance or change, they are unlikely to meet. If that stays the same, they will not meet the goals in 2030. For those districts that are not meeting the goal by 2030, we additionally also computed when will they meet the goal, so by 2035 or before, or after 2035, and so on, as you can see. Just to give a sense of how close they are, because 2030 is a random, arbitrary year. So if some districts are achieving by 2035, probably it's okay, or 30. But if they are achieving well after 2041, then clearly something will have to be done immediately. Okay, so that's the background. And what's the quick report? One at the all India level. So there's only of the 33 indicators on one of them, which is adolescent pregnancy. So the number of girls, proportion of girls who have become pregnant at a very, very, very young age, which is 10 to 14. India has already achieved as a nation, as a country, that particular goal, and they will stay achieved based on the last 5 years. About 13 of the indicators are on target to meeting the goals by 2030, and they kind of range in various goals, but by and large, they relate to things like improved sanitation, birth registration, neonatal mortality, that's an important one, under 5 mortality. So this is not for just for overall India as a country. Multidimensional poverty, they are on track if the last 5 years are an indication. On the remaining 19 or so indicators, India is off target. They will not meet the target as a country on all these indicators. And a big chunk of these indicators relates to gender equality related indicators and also nutrition related indicators. As you can see, we have things like anemia or stunting or wasting and overweight and so on. And on the gender equality side, we have like partner violence, child marriage, and so on. And also some health, like the health insurance and so on. And this I'll just skip. When will they meet? And for some of them, it's really far out in terms of where India stands currently. Obviously, as you can guess, just because a variable has a status of achieved or on target for India as a country does not mean that all districts in India have that status. Because you can achieve the all India status just by focusing on the good ones, because I can keep putting money and the average will change. But so what I want to show you is the variation. What you see on the column are the 33 indicators, okay? And what you see on the x-axis here is the number of districts. So there are about 700 districts, as I said, and this is the count of the districts, and I have just sorted the data in terms of the count of the districts. So if you go from the top to the bottom, the more green means a vast majority of the districts are on target to have achieved or they are on target. Those are the greens and the blue, but if there's a huge red, then vast majority of the districts are not on target. So just as a sort of an example, if you take neonatal mortality, it's somewhere in the middle. Like, as I said, India is on track to be meeting its goal on neonatal mortality, but almost 250 districts in India are not on target for meeting neonatal mortality, which is a very basic indicator, or for that matter, even under 5 mortality. The pointer is not working, but you can see. So here is one sort of deep dive example of multidimensional poverty. That's the map of districts of India. And as you can see on multidimensional poverty, a vast number of districts have achieved or are on target. And the red ones are the ones which are off target. But as I said, if you look at neonatal mortality, even though India is on target for a vast majority of the districts, they are completely off target. But again, as the previous speaker, Dr. Kondo, mentioned, these kind of sort of maps could help where should the money be focused. So that's sort of one. And there are some other sort of insights that we got. So think about for each of the district, they have potentially 33 indicators for each one of them. And this is a map of the percentage of indicators that are achieved in a given district. So as you can see, there is not a single district in India where all 33 have been achieved. The maximum it goes is 13, which is in the state of Kerala and South. And this gives you the percentage of SDG indicators that are on target. And again, in no single districts, all 33 indicators are on target. The highest it goes is 23 out of 33. And finally, if you look at the percentage of indicators that are off target, again with a denominator of n of 33, there are some districts where 27 of the 33, these are the top 5, top 4, they are off target. So if you have to really, really see which districts to pick on a broad collection of indicators, then these 4 would be the candidate districts for those. So the last part of the thing is, so did the aspirational districts program work? That's the story for all India, all the districts. So aspirational districts, just to sort of give you a sense, there are about 100 of them. So this is a picture of just not 700, it just goes to 112, which is the number of aspirational districts. And the percentages looks more or less similar to overall distribution. Let me show, probably this is more meaningful. What's shown here on the column are again the 33 indicators. What's shown on the left panel, which says AAC aspirational districts, that's the annual change that happened in the last 5 years for aspirational districts and the annual change that happened for the other districts. As you can see, on any given indicator, there is a more or less a very similar change that we observe. Okay, with a wide distribution around them, suggesting that the rate of change was not any faster in the aspirational districts compared to the other districts. And these are the aspirational districts in terms of their location. In terms of neonatal mortality, as you can see, there are aspirational districts that are on target, but there are also aspirational districts that are off target. So you can see the variability in that. And I compare that aspirational districts to the other districts. So you can see that almost 50% of the aspirational districts are off target, while for the other, it is only 38. So the program does not seem to have made a huge difference to the aspirational districts. And this is on multidimensional poverty. Again, you can see that 16% of the districts are off target amongst aspirational districts, while only 4% are off target on the other districts. And here I have just shown for the multidimensional poverty, in part, that's the annualized change on the y-axis, how much they changed. And as you can see, in many aspirational districts, when it's negative, things became worse. So there are aspirational districts that became worse, and some became better, you can see. And the same thing, we find a much wider distribution for the other. This graph plot I'm showing, because these are 2 years, 2016, 2021. In 2016, the distribution for aspirational and other districts, and in 2021, the distribution for aspirational and other districts. And as you can see, at baseline, the aspirational districts were not worse off. Actually, it was very broad. It was almost like a representative sample of the districts rather than underdeveloped districts. So one point that I want to make is the choice where you do intervention really matters. It's like if you're doing a drug intervention on cholesterol and then you don't have patients who have high cholesterol, that does not make sense. It's usually done, so getting the right population or the right district or the selection of the districts is very critical. And this just shows for the aspirational districts, baseline multidimensional poverty in 2016 and change. And for the other districts, so districts with high rates in baseline experienced bigger change, but the rate of change is pretty much the same for other and aspirational districts. So no very strong, compelling pattern that aspirational districts work. For some it worked, some it did not work. So there was a bit of a heterogeneity there. This is a paper under review, but we have a kind of a dashboard. We just put all the data that we have to visualize on this Power BI. So if people are interested, you can just look at it and explore any given variable that you might be interested in. Just final slide, some reflections. So I think like when we are thinking about selecting areas for intervention, whatever that might be, I think there has to be some thoughtful input on how to select these districts. And I think this has to be somewhat of a more involved exercise rather than just creating an index. Because it matters, because a lot of the resources are going to be pulled in. So how we select these districts for intervention becomes extremely critical. And that will also depend what you wish to show or what you wish to change. Number two, I didn't cover that point here. We also find in the data a lot of variation within districts. As I said, a district is a very large entity, about 1,000 villages on average, or about 1 million people. So there's a need for a high-frequency data, but you don't get that much data at sub-districts level or below districts. So I think if you want to do research, then just surveys that are done even annually or biannually is not enough in terms of, for operational research, you want very targeted surveys of just 20, 30 questions, but with a high granularity and high frequency. It's not meant for research, it's meant for operational research. While surveys it's a one-size-fits-all. You can gain insights, but for policy purposes, I feel one needs to rethink about how should that be done? Maybe a triangulation of the administrative data and survey data, but survey alone, I feel, is not enough. By the time it's out and cleaned, it's already dated, and it can't help the policymaker in real terms. A third point I want to emphasize overall is that when we look at these indicators, I've seen presentations, many presentations over the years. Every time we focus on prevalence, percentage of this or percentage of that, whatever that our favorite risk factor might be. But again, I feel from an operational policy, that's a useless number. Because from an operational perspective, what you want is the head count, how many? Because if I have to treat somebody, let's say I have to send vaccines to a place, it does not matter whether it's 5% or 15%. I need to know how many kids needs the vaccine or how many elderly needs XYZ. So I think even in terms of the metric, we need to move beyond this prevalence, and that's where looking beyond surveys are very important, because ultimately you want to identify the beneficiary. So the beneficiary is the key recipient of any policy, and for that's very critical. A fourth point I want to mention, this coming from the last 3 or 4 years of work that we've been doing with policy folks, when I go to Delhi or even state capitals, they're all very recipient to what we are talking about. The secretary level or the joint secretary level in India, these are very high-level positions. But I think the real support, R&D support on data analytics is required at the district administration level. They do have data, but
Professor Subramanian, please, now that your time is over, could you quickly summarize?
Sure, I'll just summarize. Yeah. So I think that's a point that I want to just emphasize. So I think I'm done. This is a paper that we have published. If you want to see, just a plug. We have currently we have just sort of wrapped up a big project called the India Policy Insights, where we have 150 plus indicators at 4 levels of geography: district, parliamentary constituency, assembly constituency, which are very small, and villages, about 500,000 of them. Thank you so much.
Thank you. Thank you very much. So he used the India data. It's a huge country, using the selected SDGs and indicators in India. Thank you very much. So now we are behind the schedule, almost 30 minutes behind schedule. So now I'm inviting the next speaker. Who will do that? Professor Sunjin Oh. She's from Catholic University. She will make a presentation about community-level intervention model for addressing health issues in Korean local community. So you are given the 10 minutes, please.
Thank you, Dr. Shin, for introducing me. Hello, everyone. I'm Sunjin Jo from Catholic University of Korea. I'm delighted to have an opportunity to share about my ongoing project with all of you. The topic is a community-based innovation model for addressing health issues in Korean local community as the NOMAD project as a case study. Yeah, this is in this presentation, I'd like to briefly explain the background of the NOMAD project for reducing high-risk drinking and alcohol-related harm. Next, I'll discuss the community-based environmental change intervention model adopted in the NOMAD project and the strategies employed to implement the model. Finally, I'll present preliminary short-term impact evaluation results before concluding my presentation. Yeah, it's introduction. As you know, Seoul, the capital of South Korea, comprises 25 local autonomous districts, and Jungnam district is one of them, where the NOMAD project was implemented. The population of Jungnam is approximately 400,000, and its financial independence ranks 19th among the 25 districts in Seoul. Recently, Jungnam has faced challenges. For over 10 years, it's ranked among the top 3 in Seoul for the prevalence of high-risk drinking, along with high mortality rates related to alcohol-related diseases and so on. Sorry. Yeah. Yep. Yeah. The Jungnam Public Health Center, feeling limited by services targeting high-risk drinkers, eventually realized that the individual-level approaches were not sufficient and they needed a community-level approach. This led to discussions with an academic group regarding this issue, and I was a member of the discussion group. After some time of discussions had begun, the KDCA has announced a call for selecting local autonomous districts eligible for research funding in in-depth study on local health issue and innovation research. So eventually, Jungnam was selected as a recipient for the research funding, enabling the initiation of innovations to reduce high-risk drinking and alcohol-related harm in the local community. Then what innovation model might have been needed for the Jungnam district? As mentioned earlier, they recognized a community-level approach was needed rather than interventions focused solely on individuals. So we decided to adopt evidence-based models like SAFER by WHO or community trial project by holders and others. We focus on interventions feasible at the community level, except for interventions feasible at the national level, such as taxation policies and so on. And in response to demand from the public health center, additional interventions such as school prevention education for children were incorporated. But doubts arose regarding whether environmental strategies could reduce not only alcohol-related harm, but also high-risk drinking. So we analyzed the correlation between the time series of high-risk drinking prevalence and the variables of alcohol-related harms. And the results, they indicated that applying environmental strategies is worth considering for our purpose. So we've taken the shape of the Jungnam community-based innovation, environmental change innovation model. The left part of this picture is the main model based on evidence-based innovations, and the right part is the expanded model reflecting the additional needs for the public health center. Let me take a quick pause. I'll show you the poster we've been using. This is our standard poster template, and we've customized those white letters to suit the special resources involved. Our project is named No Mad, No More Alcohol Drunk. Returning to the main topic, the Jungnam community-based environmental change intervention model has been established like that. Now, how were various interventions implemented? This is where collaboration comes in. Collaboration among community resources, each possessing distinct originality like pieces of this puzzle, is crucial. We first identified public and private organizations or entities to implement each intervention. The next step was meeting with each community resources and convincing them that their action could make a difference in this area. Providing some evidence seemed crucial. When they asked, "Can this really work in our community?" Then offering evidence-based information was definitely helpful in persuading them. We ensured that each resource had a defined role reflecting their unique expertise. For instance, when the police conducted a campaign against drunk driving in school zone, the local medical association was not asked to participate just because they were involved in community collaboration. The role of local community association was clearly defined to intervene in high-risk drinking cases directly related to patient health at their local clinics. I believe this is one of the crucial attributes needed for sustainable collaboration in my country. Subsequently, memorandums of understanding were signed. This picture is one of the press articles reporting on the MOUs. Thus, the Jungnang Alcohol Use Environmental and Cultural Improvement Partnership was launched under leadership of the district mayor, involving public resources such as the council, police, or education office, and private resources like medical association and the Korean Food Industry Association, and so on. Afterward, operational team was designated within each resource, enabling discussions to work out the details of the interventions together, leading the implement of the interventions. This is a simplified example on how frequently we met the community resources. I just wanted to show you that the collaboration in Jungnang is not just in name, but the one that actually functions and operates. So far, we've briefly looked into the NOMAD project and the collaboration among resources within the local community. Now I'll show you the preliminary analysis results. Given that NOMAD projects kicked off in 2021, we would all agree that there is limitations in evaluating and interpreting its impact right now. So I'll show you just 2 outcomes as samples today. First, it's about the prevalence of high-risk drinking, the primary outcome. Based on the community health survey data from the KDCA, we observed a decline in high-risk drinking prevalence in the intervention group compared to the control group after the intervention. By calculating the change in each district as a percentage relative to period before the intervention, we found that while the control area experienced an average 7% increase, the intervention area showed an approximately 11% decrease. Secondly, this slide shows a result obtained from another data set collecting using this method described the left side. Compared to 12 months ago, there has been a significant decrease in the prevalence of being a passenger in a vehicle with a driver under the influence of alcohol in the intervention group. Now, wrapping up my presentation, I'd like to discuss the implication of my study. The NOMAD project marks the initiation of environmental change strategies to address alcohol-related issues at the community level in Korea. Those approach is highly significant in 2 aspects. First, it is based on cross-sector and multi-resource collaboration. And second, such collaboration demonstrates the potential to impact alcohol-related problems in the community. Actually, this is the 3rd year since the NOMAD project kicked off, and the financial support for this project will terminate in December of this year. I really hope that the collaboration continues in this area, Jungnang, even after that, enabling a longitudinal evaluation of its impact. This could potentially provide an evidence for more communities to initiate similar collaborations within their region. Yeah, this is my last slide. Thank you.
Thank you, Professor Cho. I'm very glad to hear that your approach with the whole of district government and also the whole of district stakeholders are getting together and then make efforts to improve your disparity. Thank you, Professor. Now I would like to last speaker, Professor Kim Kwang-gi, who is now the invited professor of Ewha Women's University. Dr. Kim, it's your floor. Yeah.
Good afternoon. Thank you very much for your nice introduction. I'm going to talking about the community empowerment to address inequity in obesity through community engagement, a case study of Seong City. I'd like to thank KDCI having me a chance to share my project in Seong City. I'm going to make a presentation in a very brief way because I have a very limited time available, 10 minutes. These are colleagues who are very passionate and excellence in the project. Background of the project, health security is set as being of national importance. Overarching objective of health plan HB 23, which is equivalent to healthy people in US, include the promotion of health equity. But at the local level, local government is a very early stage to deal with this issue. However, the KDCI has, I believe, the leader to identify best by policy model being applied to promote health equity between small area, which means neighborhood within a city level. Seong had been funded by KDCI as a city to address a difference in prevalence rate of obesity between neighborhood, Mokgamdong on the project, and Eunhaeng-dong. The Mokgamdong is a relatively new developed suburban bed town neighborhood consisted of high-rise apartment complex and old-fashioned flat house with limited public transportation available. They are very young in terms of population structure. They are about 50% population is in age of 30 to 50. Population size is more than 40,000 residents and increasing trend in size. Seong Community Public Health Center has established a Reach Out Center and Mokgamdong so-called Jungbu Center to support for health lifestyle. Inje University Graduate School of Public Health had joined to support the 3-year project in terms of planning, implementation, and evaluation. We have two objectives. One is to reduce the gap in prevalence rate in obesity between Mokgamdong and Eunhaeng-dong. The other one is to develop materials to translate lessons learned into practice for the other neighborhood reach-out centers in Seong City to use. These objectives in operational definitions. First year, we have various, we employed various methodology to identify the determinant of obesity and community asset the Mokgamdong has in terms of socio-ecological model. We recognize the determinant of obesity in Mokgamdong as a consisting of health, eating behavior, physical activity, lifestyle, including sleeping time and screen time. Also, we had found to have a community organization with which the community engagement model was able to operate and increased in social capital. Taking this community diagnostic information into consideration, we developed a working model for implementation, so-called community engagement. They are derived from the theoretical perspective, just like setting approaches, social marketing, community organization. With this model, we assumed the city is going to be a place with health environment in which everybody was given more chance to be healthy. This is a component of the model we developed. As you can see, we have 59 programs in 10 areas, which is a very big one, including health promoting apartment, health promoting kindergarten, and community organization, things like that. For research design, we have pre-post tests with experimental and control group, and also we have the DAY1 framework to evaluate. The second year, during the implementation period, we had the COVID-19 pandemic barriers, which is a social distance policy and human resource management policy. So we have to modify the model, reducing to 39 programs in 10 areas from 59 programs. This is also, we implemented during the January 2021 and through the September 2022. These 10 areas and some list of programs we did. This is a snapshot of the progress implemented. And the third year, 2022, we have an evaluation framework, and we set criteria within the AIM framework. We did DID analysis to evaluate efficacy of the model in terms of performance indicator. These are some the criteria and objective of the AIM framework. I'm going to skip. Here we can see the DID analysis indicate difference in prevalence rate of obesity and rate of walking regularly has decreased within between two neighborhoods, but rate of taking less salts is become wider gap. I'm going to skip these two. Okay. This is material for division of the project. The conclusion, overall objective of the project was successful in achieving reduction in prevalence rate of obesity. Also, this is accounted by increase in rate of walking regularly. We have some challenge. I want how to sustain the program implement without the technical support by academia. I'm not sure that it continue to operate without technical support from experts, because workforce with being familiar with the biomedical model. Also, we have a human resource management policy on job circulation system in community public health centers. We have some lessons learned. Health inequality between neighborhood within a city would be reduced with intervention based on well-designed socio-ecological model, which is a community engagement in this case. Community public health centers should be supported by experts from academia to address health equity within a city. Informed workshop or training workshop are required for civic servants at centers and community leaders with biomedical model to understand community engagement model. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Professor Kim. You just skipped several slides, but I think the main conclusion is that we really need technical support from academia as well as financial support and also empowerment of all our members, the staff members. Thank you. So we now finished our speakers' presentation. Now we want to move to the panel discussion. We have two panelists. One is the Professor Lee Young-sung from the Chungbuk National University, and second panelist is Dr. Kim Ali, and Head Office of WHO Asia Pacific Center for Environmental and Health, located in Seoul. So may I ask you, both of you, about 2 points, only 2 points, sorry, because we are behind of the schedule, 2 points about the lessons learned from this session. So maybe we will have a chair here, or how we can operating of this panel session. Okay, in this regard, okay, can I ask, Professor Lee first, and then.
예, 방금 소개받은 이영성입니다. 오늘 지역사회 단위에서 이 소위 보건의료 불평등 문제를 어떻게 접근할 건지에 대한 전략에 대한 이야기입니다. 제가 지난 30년 동안 경험한 두 가지 포인트를 요약해서 말씀드리면, 하나는 우리가 흔히 지표로서 이야기하는 그 작은 집단, small area variation에서 말하는 인디비주얼 단위에서의 지표와, 그리고 population 데이터에서 던져주는 어떤 그런 거를 어떻게 잘 조화롭게 그 갭을 줄일 거냐가 핵심이라고 봅니다. 최근에 코비드-19 크라이시스에서 백신을 맞고 사망을 한 사례에 대한 보상 문제에서 우리가 지극히 과학적인 접근은 파퓰레이션 데이터밖에 없다. 의외로 그 한 개인의 인디비주얼에서의 이벤트를 설명할 많은 그 지표들이 필요한데 그 부분은 많이 모자란다는 거죠. 이 부분을 특히 커뮤니티 레벨에서 어떻게 해결할 거냐. 저는 거기에서 지역사회 주민들의 참여를 끌어낼 게 대단히 중요하다고 생각합니다. 소위 커뮤니티 파티시페이션을 하기 위해서는 소위 지역 단위의 소위 컨텍스트를 읽어야 하는데, 아시다시피 대부분의 의료 영역에서의 많은 흐름은 메디컬 모델, 서양과 유럽과 북미 위주의 지표들로 구성된 집단의 어떤 데이터를 가지고 접근하는 게 한계가 있습니다. 이런 부분에서 저는 소위 커뮤니티 파티시페이션을 이루기 위한 접근 방법 중에 동양적인 접근이 대단히 중요하다. 마치 동양인이 갖고 있는 컨텍스트에 흔히 우리가 말하는 체면 문화라는 게 있습니다. 바로 이런 집단이 갖고 있는 나 개인의 어떤 이해보다 집단이 갖고 있는 이해에 대한 것을 좀 더 집중하면 많은 스몰 에리어 베리에이션에 대한 문제를 풀 수 있는 어떤 해답을 찾을 수 있다. 인도, 일본, 한국 다 이 아시아지만 그 아시아 속에는 나름대로의 문화의 차이가 있고 그거를 좀 해결해야 되겠다라는 게 첫 번째로 말씀드리고 싶은 포인트고요. 두 번째는 오늘 많은 분들이 언급을 하지 않고 계신데, 소위 디지털 또는 스마트 시티에서 우리가 데이터 드리븐 헬스 팔러시를 하기 위해서 꼭 짚고 넘어가야 할 부분이 인디비주얼, 굉장히 민감한 개인의 정보를 가지고 만약 영리적인 회사나 영리적인 목적으로 접근할 때 그게 생길 수 있는 어떤 문제를 어떻게 우리가 극복할 것이냐, 이 부분이 대단히 중요합니다. 바로 며칠 전에 챗 GPT를 만든 오픈 AI의 대표이사 샘 알트만이 해고됐습니다. 아마 그 비하인드 스토리에는 아마도 통제할 수 없는 과학기술의 발전에 따르는 엄청난 위험을 어떻게 대응할 것인지에 대한 문제로 아마 그런 사건이 벌어진 걸로 알고 있는데, 마치 우리가 핵무기 개발에 있어서 오펜하이머가 고민했던 그런 문제를 지금 시대에 고민하지 않을까. 저는 스마트 시티나 디지털 시티라는 어떤 그런 화두로 더 어쩌면 불평등 문제를 해결하기 위해서 접근하는 그 개인들이 스마트 시티나 데이터 드리븐 헬스 팔러시에서 오히려 피해를 보는, 마치 영리회사, 제약회사의 실험의 대상이 될 수 있을 수도 있다는 그런 위험에 대한 것을 우리는 반드시 인지하고 거기에 대한 프로텍션 할 수 있는 메커니즘도 함께 개발해가면서 이런 논의를 해야 된다고 생각합니다. 이상 두 가지 포인트를 마치겠습니다. 감사합니다.
감사합니다. Thank you very much, Professor Lee. And may I invite Dr. Ali?
Thank you very much for inviting me to join the discussion today. It's a very important subject that I could talk for days on. Keeping it to 2 points, I think the starting point is understanding the nature of the problem enough. And that's come from all the various conversations we've had about surveys and looking at headcount burden, going beyond prevalence data. Once we understand the size and the nature of the problem, then we've got to do the right things by translating that knowledge into action right at the forefront. And for me, if you ask me to pick a very critical part of doing what's the right thing to do, is that to deal with inequalities, you don't just focus on the most disadvantaged. You have to work across the whole population spectrum, work across life cycles, and across all ages. Nonetheless, if you're going to pick your best buy, I would say that you make sure that every child starts with the best opportunities in life. That is the best investment we can make in a universally proportionate way as we deal with the issues of inequity. I'll leave you with one other specific issue, which is that, yes, the medical model might be deficient. However, the access to services that are important to health and well-being is a very critical and necessary thing to tackle when you're dealing with inequalities. Because as one of the professors showed, yes, you can have public health services and other services around. If people can't reach it easily, if people have difficulty in accessing it because of culture, age, ability level, etc., then you would have been doing them a lot of disservice. So for me, it's about universal proportionalism, life course, starting with children, and making sure people have access to the right services when they need it most. Thank you.
Thank you very much. So excellent panel, the two panels we did. Let me have a conclusion of this session. So in order to develop the strategies to tackle health inequities at the community level, Professor Lee also emphasized community participation. So in order to do the community participation, we need to have a very accessible to the services, as Ali mentioned. And then now we heard from the Japan, India, and Korea, but Japan case, as a highly aged population, you approached of something, the social model, population-based approaches. And India, you use the SDG, selected SDG goals and indicators. So why not? We can consider, in Korea's presentations from Korea, we didn't hear about the SDG and indicators. So in Korea also, we can utilize the SDG goals and targets and indicators to tackle the health inequalities in the community level. Thank you very much, all the participants and the audience in here, and the special thanks to the speakers and panelists. Thank you very much. And then Professor Bang Nore for the congratulatory remark. Thank you.
Get closer. Experience something new. Feel the heartbeat in Incheon. In Incheon, a city stepping out into the world, you can meet change, the world, and the future ahead of others. Experience it, Incheon, your global business hub. Capturing global attention as a business-friendly city, Incheon is equipped with excellent business infrastructure that spans across industries, from cutting-edge facilities to a robust logistics system. They create a perfect stage for faster and more convenient one-stop business solutions. Located in the heart of the Northeast Asian economic bloc, which comprises 20% of the world economy, and in the center of South Korea's capital region, where 2/3 of the country's population reside, Incheon is an ideal location, well connected with 147 major cities of over 1 million population within a 3-hour flight. It provides the perfect conditions for businesses, both domestically and internationally. Incheon, where all ways are connected through sky, sea, and land, offers a wide range of industrial logistics, encompassing domestic and global markets, as it serves as a hub for the infrastructures and logistics essential for businesses. Moreover, Incheon is the city that the world's renowned global companies and Korea's prominent businesses have chosen.